Okay, Kevin, you can start.
All right. Welcome, everyone. This is a hearing of the committee adjustment for the town of Grimsby. I'm going to call the meeting to order. I'm going to first introduce the committee members and staff here this evening. So we have Dylan Bailey. I'm just going to ask you to wave just so we can recognize you on the screen. So the five members are Dylan Bailey first. Dylan. Danielle Beck. Hi, Danielle. Adam Mottershead. Adam. Herb Nobes. There's Herb. And myself, Kevin Antonides, as chair. Staff members present this evening, we have Walter Basic, Assistant Director of Planning. Walter. And Michaela Bray, Assistant Secretary Treasurer. I'm just going to make a brief announcement regarding live streaming. Live streaming, members of the public are advised that our meetings are live streamed by the town of Grimsby. Individuals and media may be audibly and or visually recorded during this meeting. As a reminder, all electronic devices are to be in silent mode during our committee meeting. So I'll just outline the meeting procedures briefly. So for the purpose of the Zoom meeting, applicants will be placed in the waiting room until your application is heard. The purpose of the application and any relevant correspondence will be heard, following which the applicant will be given the opportunity to address the application. Any person concerned with the application will then be given an opportunity to speak, and at the conclusion of the discussion, the committee will render a decision and advise of any applicable conditions. Copies of the decision will be mailed to the applicant or agent and to any other person who files a written request to Michaela. Any person, corporation, or public body has the right to appeal either the decision itself or the conditions of the decision by filing a notice to the Ontario Land Tribunal within 20 days. Everyone present will be given an opportunity to comment on the applications being heard. Please address your comments and questions through the chair. And agencies commenting on applications may request certain conditions be opposed. Voicing objections to these conditions will not adversely affect the committee's decision. All members of the committee have viewed the properties in question on the agenda tonight and are familiar with the lands that are subject to the applications. I'm just going to ask as well, because we have a full agenda, if you can keep your comments concise and brief and to the point. We did receive letters, so we've got the letters. The committee had the opportunity to read them fully, so we won't be reading them in their entirety. If you'd like to speak to your letter, just acknowledge it and maybe highlight a few points. Otherwise, it'll make for a very long evening. So if we can just keep that in mind. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. Does any members of the committee here this evening have a pecuniary interest with respect to the applications before us this evening? I see you know it nodding. Neither do I. Request for withdrawal or adjournment. Michaela, are there any requests for withdrawal or adjournment? None. Okay, so we're first going to deal with the minutes of the previous meeting held on January 18th. They've been circulated. Are there any comments or questions regarding the minutes from the committee members? No. If not, then do I have a mover and a seconder to approve those minutes? Show of hands, perhaps. Adam, seconder. It's going to take me a while to look around the screen here. Danielle?
I'll move, Kevin.
Oh, sorry, Adam made a motion already. I'll take you as a seconder then, if that's okay.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll second, yeah.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Just raise your hand. Opposed, if any, was carried. We have 7 applications before us, and we did make a slight change to the agenda order that was circulated. So I'm going to ask for a motion, a mover and a seconder on the agenda change, and we're going to put it up on the screen. Just so if you're in attendance, we're going to have you sit in the waiting room, but you kind of get an idea of where you are in the order. So we've moved it around a little bit. So can I have a mover and a seconder on this change? Dylan, seconder. Herb, thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, if any, was carried. Thank you. Okay, so we'll have the PowerPoint go up, and we're just going to again ask you to go into the waiting room, and then we'll call you up on the screen when your application is on. So first up then we have 349 Book Road, A0522. Oh yeah, I'll give you a second to put everybody in the waiting room.
Thank you. Hi, dear Chair. This is Selim Afroj. I'm on behalf of 349 Brook Road North. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, just give us 2 minutes. We're just going to set up. We're going to get people in the waiting room if they're not
Okay.
related to this application. And then Michaela will go through a brief overview of the application first, and then you're allowed to speak after that, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Just hang tight there for a few minutes.
Okay.
Just quickly, Tom Adamite. Can you confirm what application you're here for tonight?
Kelson Ave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we good?
Almost.
Almost.
Okay.
Right. Go ahead, Michaela.
Thank you, Kevin. So the first application is for application A0522. This is 349 Book Road. This is a minor variance to facilitate the construction of a single detached dwelling. The variances requested are to permit an interior side yard, so to the north with a setback of 0.91 meters, whereas 1.8 meters is required. And the next one is to permit an interior side yard south setback of 0.94 meters, whereas 1.8 meters is required. The next one is to permit a front yard setback of 5.2 meters, whereas 8.13 meters is required. And last one is to permit a front yard encroachment of 2.54 meters, whereas 1.5 meters is permitted. So here is the site plan. It's the same one that was circulated with the notice in the mail. Aerial view to understand the site context and the neighboring properties. Site photos, the one on the left is from Google, taken in November 2021. On the far left, you can see the proximity to the QEW. And on the right, the photos taken by town staff this month, showing the subject lands as well as the adjacent dwelling. The slide shows the elevations of the proposed dwelling. So showing the front and the north elevation. Again, elevations showing the rear elevation and the south elevation. So for correspondence from the planning department, planning staff recommend that the decision be deferred pending a submission of a roof plan, revised north elevations, and plans demonstrating that the proposed side yard setback reductions will not negatively impact property maintenance, access, or drainage. From Public Works, there's a request that the application be deferred until the owner can demonstrate that the setback reduction will not negatively impact drainage, grading, or property maintenance. Must demonstrate that the reduced side yard will provide ample maintenance access for any future building repairs or maintenance and accommodate adequate required side yard swale systems for drainage conveyance. Required discussions with the MTO, again regarding drainage and grading, as well as permits. And need to demonstrate how grading will be handled without impacts to adjacent lands and how drainage from a major storm event will be conveyed across the property to the existing outlet to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works, as well as provide adequate space to park most to park the size of most passenger vehicles without encroaching onto the municipal road allowance. From the region, in principle, they do not object. However, there are two conditions that they've requested. The first one is minimum noise mitigation measures / devices are included during the design / construction of the future dwelling, including double paned windows, an exterior brick facade, central air conditioning systems, and solid board fencing along the south lot line. And their second condition is that the developer enter into a legal undertaking with the town in order to implement a standard noise warning clause for all future purchase and sale or lease agreements of the property that states purchasers and tenants are advised that despite the inclusion of noise control features in the development, sound levels due to traffic from the Queen Elizabeth Highway may occasionally interfere with some activities of the dwelling's occupants, as the sound levels may exceed the Ministry of Environment, Conservation, and Parks noise criteria. Moving on from the Conservation Authority. So there are regulated areas on the property. However, their floodplain mapping does not impact the property. So ultimately, they have no objections. From CN Rail, there were two conditions that were requested. The first one is the following clause should be inserted in all development agreements, offers to purchase, and agreements of purchase and sale or lease of each dwelling unit within 300 meters of the railway right-of-way. And that reads as warning, Canadian National Railway Company or its assigns or successors in interest has or have rights of way within 300 meters from the land the subject hereof. There may be alterations to or expansions of the railway facilities on such rights of ways in the future, including the possibility that the railway or its assigns or successors, as aforesaid, may expand its operations, which expansion may affect the living environment of the residents in the vicinity, notwithstanding the inclusion of any noise and vibration attenuating measures in the design of the development and individual dwellings. CNR will not be responsible for any complaints or claims arising from use of such facilities and or operations on, over, or under the aforesaid rights of way. And then their second condition was the implementation of the following mitigation measures in the dwelling design and construction: forced air ventilation systems with central air conditioning, acoustically upgraded windows meeting the minimum requirements of the Ontario Building Code, providing a maximum of 35 dBA indoor limit for bedrooms and 40 dBA for living rooms, locating noise-sensitive rooms away from the railway side. And lastly, from Heritage, they had no comments. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Herb had his hand up. I don't know if you put it down, I guess. Did you have a question, Herb? Before we...
Well, just the first half of Michaela's presentation, there was no audio for me.
Oh, okay. Are you okay now? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Now, this was a request from staff, from planning staff, for a deferral for some unanswered questions. But I guess before we address it, we'll have the applicant or their agent, somebody here representing the owner. Is that Ashik?
Yeah. Yes, thank you, sir. My name is Salim Afroj, and I'm from...
Oh, there, okay, yep.
And just give me some opportunity to introduce my team as well. I have with me my site super, Wally Pavel, and the architect, Ashvik Chabra.
Okay,
Hi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Michaela, can you just requesting you to share my presentation as well, like so that I can go through some points.
Just let me know where you want it.
Yeah, just
to.
go to the table first.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, dear chat, for giving us the opportunity. So just like I'm presenting a table in front of you, all of you guys, to get a clear picture of our lot. with respect to the bylaw 145 RD3 zone. As you all know, this lot is under zone RD3 bylaw 1445, and we are allowed to build a single detached dwellers in this zone. And as per the bylaw 45 RD3 zone, the minimum lot area is 550 square meter, but our lot is only 347 square meter. And the minimum lot frontage as per the bylaw is 15 meter. You guys, you can see, and our lot only is 9.4 meter. Maximum building depth we can propose 20 meter as per the bylaw, but we are allowed only to propose 13.4 meter. I will give you explanation, everything with regards to the proposal. And the front yard setback, which actually we propose 5.2 meter, but as per the bylaw, we are allowed only 8.3 meter. Interior south and north setback, we are proposing 0.94 and 91 meter. And then in front yard encroachment, we are proposing 2.5 meter, which is we are allowed only 1.5 meter. Michaela, can you go next page, please? Okay, dear sir, you can see the first point I want to mention it, the setback, the front yard setback, which is allowed, we are allowed as per the building zoning plan, 8.13 meter, but our proposal is only 5.2 meter. You all know, as per the Michaela's presentation, that there is a creek which is running through our lot, and this from the front yard setback to the creek, we have only 66 feet. So this creek is not giving us the opportunity to build as per the building zone, as per the zoning bylaw. So we are only able to propose a building only within the 66 feet. So in that case, we are for making a standard house, which is right now as per the Statistics Canada 2017, we are on a standard living space for a single house, single floor is 1500 square meter, but we are proposing only 100,000 square meter per floor because of the creek. Can you go down, please? And so this creek is not giving us the opportunity to build as per the zoning bylaw to keep the front yard setback 8.13 meter. Rather than we have to take additional 2.94 meter from the front yard setback, which is we are allowed to keep only 5.4 meter of this front yard setback. And then the second point, which is interior side yard, south and north. As our lot frontage is only 30 feet, and if we build as per the zoning bylaw, we have to lose almost 12 feet from the original frontage. In that case, we are not be able to build a standard house for our client. And if you go to the last page, please, Michaela. Last page. If you see the zoning map, I believe Michaela already presented this one. Our lot is one of the last lot of the Book Road West Block. So our lot frontage is only 30 meter, and our lot frontage is only 345 meter, 347 square meter. So in that case, we are proposing to have additional some space, we are proposing to build 0.9 at the south end, 0.94, and then at the north end, 0.91 meter as per the setback. And we have another point, which is like encroachment, front yard encroachment. Can you please, Michaela, go three page? Yeah, the last page. Yeah, and the front yard is encroachment. We are allowed to permit only 1.5 meter, but our proposal is 2.54 meter. We are requesting the front yard encroachment only 2.5 meter instead of 1.5 meter, because we want access, comfortable access to the foyer, and we wanted to avoid the providing the high rises of the staircases. Again, as I said, this lot is the last lot of the Book Road West block, and this lot, as per our proposal, this will not impact the landscape of this area, and this will not impact any neighbor's privacy. So our request is to accept and to accept our proposal and give us the opportunity to build a nice and a nice and standard house for our client. And again, there are a couple of things I have heard from the Michaela presentation, that we have to build, we have to include the features for
noise reduction,
Yes,
central air condition,
yes,
windows. I
Yes.
think, may I
Yes.
say that I think based on our, excuse me, my apology, I'm Pavel Wali. Based on our proposed design, basically we are having a brick exterior. We also having the windows with the standard Ontario Building Code. Anything need to be added, we are happy to include it. Standard noise reduction, noise control reduction, or 30 dBA for bedroom and 40 for living room. Those are central air condition. These are all be included into that, into our design. So it wouldn't be any issue from our side based on what Michaela asked us. I mean, on the presentation has been stated that those should be included, and we are happy to include any of this, or we will be adhered to the law that what city will provide us 100%. That we could assure you. Thanks. Yeah, Mr. Frost.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to open it up to questions from the committee first. And I did see, or I thought I saw Bernie from engineering, because I think it came, I don't think the planning department was against this application overall. It's just they had some concerns carried through from the engineering or public works department regarding some of the design. So it doesn't sound like they're against it being developed for a residence.
Yes, sir.
It's just they had some questions. So maybe if Bernie could address some of the concerns he has with it, because it did come from Public Works. Maybe Bernie, if you could outline your concerns for us or highlight them.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Chair. The concerns that we had from the staff are basically the topographic nature of the land itself. It's it's got some steep banks and creeks, and it's got some heritage environmental features like the tree lots, and the creek itself is of great concern for the town. We did look at the stormwater and the grading of the subject land. We couldn't figure out how they're going to be, they call it a water course or a creek. So there's going to be elements where they need to modify the creek, which I believe would require conservation permits as well. But we don't have enough data to see, or at least look into the cross-sectional profile of the land to see if the house or the proposed dwelling could even be constructed to that capacity, Chair. One of the things from the staff, I'm gonna open up my memo here quickly. There's elements as well in the Tanagransky where, the noise wall also, we have to look at noise attenuation. Those will be of great concern as well, that we, how do you build that? Where are you going to build it due to the steepness of the subject land? We don't have a topographic survey. And then basically MTO land use permits and drainage that they will require if they need a briefing on stormwater management as well.
Thank you. I'm going to open up now to the committee. Adam, you have your hand up?
Actually, Danielle is first, so she wants to go first.
Oh, I see. Yep, there's another one there. Sorry, Danielle, go ahead.
I'm not a stickler for order here, but thank you, Adam. My question is two. One to staff is, how is this lot created? Was this done through a severance? How did we have this deficient lot at the end of book here?
Well, maybe we'll do both questions. What's your next
Okay.
one?
And then my next question is, in the staff comments, it does note from planning that there's a possibility of another variance being required, that the lot coverage is approximately, sorry, I'm just scrolling back up to it now. I think it's approximately 24%, 24.9%, and the maximum permitted is 15. Does that mean that we're going to have to be adding in another variance as well to this? And then is that something that, I guess now that we do have engineering representation here, engineer, you're obviously going to want to have a look at this increase in lot coverage as well too. And I was actually just fortunate enough to find on the interactive mapping that the adjacent two properties have utility easements across them for servicing. So are we going to be looking at a servicing easement for this property as well too? So there's all my questions to Bernie and Walter.
Okay, so maybe Walter can address the substandard lot. I'm assuming it was a remnant from a long time ago. I saw 1973 was a transfer at one point. Walter,
Right. Thank you. My recollection is that I'm not sure if it was a casualty of the road, the widening that was done when the Queen Elizabeth Way interchanges were being completed. But I recall that at one point there used to be a sign on the property for cottages that used to be located at Books Landing, where Books Landing townhouses are right now at the north end of the road. So I believe that was just a sign, a lot that was owned by the cottage people, owners, identifying the location of the particular cottages there. Yeah, you're correct. The lot coverage is an additional variance that would be required for this use. Yes. Bernie?
And the second part of that, utility easements. Bernie, are you aware of those or what?
Yeah, there appears to be two. There's easement, storm sewer easement behind the two properties north of the subject land. It's defined through an existing storm. There's actually an existing storm sewer underneath those easements that you see. Michaela, I'm not sure if we can open up the GIS in there. And south of that easement is that open water course that essentially traverses through the subject land. Our record shows it appears that the water course appeared to be draining southbound, and it's taking quite an area to the west of the subject land, and also it acts as the Book Road Stormwater Management Plan also identified it as some minor system that actually goes through that the water course in there. So majority of the stormwater has been diverted onto Book Road. I think 25 years ago. However, a small portion of the stormwater flow still exists through that water course. But we will be looking into continuous easement to the south of that. We will be requiring an easement. And also there'll be some significant infrastructure construction that needs to be done to connect the storm sewer to the water course. That's what I have, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Dylan, you had your hand up.
Hi, thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any objections per se to the development of or what's being proposed, but I think as what's been identified by staff, our various partners and members tonight, I just think that there's still many unanswered questions regarding this proposal, and until we have things nailed down or we have a more solid staff recommendation, I would like to move that we defer this until we have questions answered. Again, not just because we have a very full agenda, but I just think, as we've seen in other times, we discuss things in great detail and have presentations only to have it all come back because things have changed And it really is, I think, in our best interest to deal with something as concrete as possible.
All right, appreciate that. And Adam?
Yeah, actually, Dylan and Danielle addressed everything. So I'll second the motion of Dylan to defer this.
Okay. And then Herb?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we're good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. This development, I think, in my view, is an overdevelopment of this lot. And I don't believe that this should be deferred at this time. I think we should have a vote on what has been presented to us. That's my opinion. And I like I say, I think this is an overdevelopment of this lot and is not appropriate because it's sticking out further than the other homes on this street and impeding may impede the water flow through this stream or ditch or stormwater drain. That's all.
All right, thanks for this comment. Ashweek? So far, there's a general sentiment to defer. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? So
Yep.
I just want to summarize from our end. So currently we have RD3 zoning, but
Yep.
our lot size is like according, it goes with RD5 zoning. So is planning department is going to look in that. And the other thing is with easement. So the neighbor's lot have the easement only like 10 feet away from them. And so from there, when their house end, it's the creek, like where the stormwater goes, it's only 10 feet away. Then for the lot coverage, if it's gonna come with RD5 zoning, so still we are gonna be less, like we are gonna build less required through the zoning. Like then like there was a point regarding the land is uneven, right? So we have like a telecom tower in the back and we are gonna match our property with the neighbor's lot grading. So we are like, this was the initial stage, so we didn't propose that. So I want that to be taken into consideration too, because our lot is gonna match the neighbor's lot. They already have a house there and it's 10 feet away. And even if we built with RD5 zoning, so we are gonna have we have to keep like 6 meter front yard setback. So we will happily accommodate that too.
Okay, Ashweek, I'm just going to make a suggestion here. You've got an offer to defer it. Okay,
Yeah.
it's. I would take
Yes.
it. I would take it. I would
Yeah,
take
yes.
it and.
Thank you, sir. This is Salim.
Yes, we
Afroz.
want to defer this.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, we
So
want to defer this.
you know
one.
what? Let's vote on
Okay,
that
okay,
and
sorry.
get a deferral, and then you can work out the fine details with engineering and planning staff, including the coverage issue. I agree. You have a right to build a house on this because it's zoned for that, but you've got to meet the bylaw, and if you don't, then you've got to show staff and engineering that you can, with some concessions, and that the variances requested are reasonable. So I would take the deferral and run for now, is my suggestion.
Yes,
But
sir.
we've got a motion, well, an informal one, but maybe I'll get a
Sure.
formal motion
Yeah.
and a seconder for deferral. Somebody going to make a motion to defer? Danielle, I see your.
I was gonna let Dylan go because he made
Oh.
the formal motion before, but I'll jump in. Dylan, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I so move that this that sort of application A0522 349 Brook Road be deferred. I believe the term that is from our last meeting, is it indefinitely? Or
Yeah.
until such time as it comes back to the committee.
Yep. At their request, I guess, if they
their
feel that they have addressed anything or they're not getting any further than staff, they have a right to push it to the next meeting. That's fine. So we have a mover and a seconder. Any further discussion on the request to defer? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, if any? Was carried. Okay, so that gives you an opportunity to meet with staff and resolve some of the issues that were raised in the report and the comments tonight. Thank you for attending, and maybe we'll see you at the next meeting or the meeting after.
Sure, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate to the committee. Thank you.
Next one, Michaela, is, give me 2 seconds here. A0622 8 Cottage Avenue. Are they here? See them? All right. Give us a second while we try to get the applicant on. Any luck? Sure. Why don't we give him a chance? So we're going to jump to number 254 Main Street West, file A0822. We'll try again. Ah, there we go. Well, I suppose now the other one came on.
No.
Okay. A0822, 254 Main Street West.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we're just going to do the presentation briefly first, and then you'll be given an opportunity to elaborate if you'd like.
It's Sam DeRose. I'm here at my friend's Todd's.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Sam. Okay.
The application to be heard now is A0822.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we're just going to do the presentation briefly first, and then you'll be given an opportunity to elaborate if you'd like.
Okay.
That's
Sam DeRose. I'm here at my friend's Todd's.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks. Thanks.
Point of order, I
that's
think someone
happening.
needs to be muted.
That was like a repeat of what Kevin said like 2 minutes ago.
Correct it, sorry.
We're going to ask you to mute. Sam, can you mute yours? Because I see you're not on mute. I think that might be part of it too. Thanks.
Okay, the application to be heard now is A0822 for 254 Main Street West. This is a minor variance to facilitate a secondary suite that is solely within a cellar. There's two variances being requested. First one is to permit a secondary suite solely within a cellar, whereas a secondary suite not located solely within a cellar is what's required. The second variance is to permit a side yard entrance, whereas the exterior appearance of the dwelling is to be unaltered to accommodate the unit except for replacement basement windows and or changes to accommodate a rear basement entry. So here's the plan of the secondary suite in the cellar. It's the same one that was circulated on the notice. The red arrow, it just indicates where the side yard entrance is. So the bottom of the screen is where Main Street West is. Aerial photography to show the context of the neighborhood. Site photo, this was taken in November 2021, showing the side of the house that the entry is proposed. It also just shows the neighboring property on the far right and just the relationship between the two lots. So for correspondence on this one, from planning, no objections. From Public Works, again, no objections. From the region, no objections. From the Conservation Authority, no objections. And from Heritage, again, no objections. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sam, was it yourself or somebody else going to elaborate or wish to expand on the application? Or we can just open it up to committee questions if you'd like.
Yeah, that's fine. We're just hoping to have that approved so that the owner can have that secondary rental unit.
Okay, thank you. And questions from the committee then? We're getting more and more of these requests. No, oh, Herb, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I believe this property came to us a while back regarding the garage in the back, the construction of it for setbacks. And my question is the owner of the property living on this property? And who is this going to be a family member occupying the basement apartment? And the side entranceway is an existing one, and I believe the bylaw states that they can't alter the existing for an entranceway or something to that effect. But this one is existing already, so the side entranceway would not be an issue. I don't think Walter might be able to expand on that.
That's correct. Walter, did you wish to add a comment at all?
It's the interpretation of that particular clause in the bylaw is a little bit confusing, I must admit, because it references a rear entrance. But again, I would suggest keeping that variance in there just out of an abundance of caution, just in case there are some interpretation issues at some point in the future. But we absolutely have no objections to the use of the existing entrance on the side. It's absolutely
okay.
It's appropriate. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Or is that, Herb, is your hand still up, or is that, do you have another question? Or
I believe he had a question about if the owner lives there.
The owner, is that just out of curiosity, is that relevant, or does that come into play at all, or can we even ask that?
We have asked that in the past, and it's just information that we would help with the application.
But I don't think
it doesn't play a role in our recommendation.
No. Okay. Thank you for clarification. Any other questions? If not, then do I have a mover and a seconder on this application?
Through the chair, I'd like to move it, please, for the fact that it meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act, that it's minor in nature. It's utilizing an existing side door. It meets the intent of the official plan and the zoning bylaw, and I feel that it's desirable for this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. A seconder? Dylan? Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye or raise your hand. Opposed, if any? Was carried. So there is a 20-day appeal period before it becomes final, but it was approved. Thank you for attending.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
And then the next one, we're going to try number 8 Cottage.
Eight Cottage. Yeah, I can see that Tony has arrived, so we can go ahead with that one.
Tony, we're just going to go through a presentation briefly, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so the application to be heard at this time is A0622 for 8 Cottage Avenue. This is a minor variance to facilitate the construction of a second-story addition as well as a storage addition. 2 variances requested. The first one is to permit an interior side yard on the west setback of 0.99 meters, whereas 1.8 meters is required. Second variance is to legalize an existing side yard on the east, the setback of 1.63 meters, whereas 1.8 meters is required. So here's the site plan, the same one that was circulated on the notice. The elevations of the proposed. So showing the front elevation as well as the east elevation. Again, elevations showing the rear elevation and the west elevation. Aerial photography to show the context of the neighborhood. And some site photos taken by planning staff February 2021. So the one on the left shows the west side yard. One on the right shows the east side yard. For correspondence, so from planning, there were no objections. There's a request that the applicant is subject to the following condition. The condition reads as the applicant providing 2 parking spaces on the subject lands. From engineering, comments included demonstrating that stormwater runoff from major storm events will be accommodated on the west side of the property line due to the proposed reduction in the side yard setback requirements, and demonstrate the proposed storage addition will have ample maintenance access for any future building repairs or maintenance. From Niagara Region, no comments. From the Conservation Authority, no comments. And from Heritage, again, no comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. Tony, did you wish to elaborate at all on that or the comments or recommendations from staff?
No, I have no problem with the recommendations. We will do what we have to do.
Okay. Questions from the committee members? Anybody? Herb? I think you're first. Go with Herb. Herb?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I was wondering if we could go back to the front view of the proposed building. It seems to be looking like a second story, a 2-story building in that location and expanding over onto the existing structure. Is a 2-story building proposed or in this location, and is it permitted?
Okay, that's your question, and I'll ask Walter to answer that one. I assuming 2 stories. It is showing on the overhead view that there is a 2-story addition proposed on the east side.
Yes, 2-story building is a permitted height. It is permitted in the zone. However, the zone requires all new construction to comply with the minimum side yard setback of 1.8 meters. So that's why the second floor addition is in line with the floor below it, but because the existing floor is already closer to the lot line than the zoning permits, then that's why the reason for that variance. And on the other side, they're proposing an addition that would bring the building closer to the side lot line than the existing, but that portion is 1 story in height on the left side.
Okay.
Tony, did you wish to add anything?
No, we answered the question.
And Herb, did you have more or? No, okay. Dylan? Sorry, everybody's
Yeah, just
bouncing
to-
around here.
Sorry, through Mr. Chair, just a
Yeah,
quick
go ahead.
clarification, just for, because I don't think we saw the elevation plan. So is the storage addition, is it a garage?
No.
It's not, okay.
It's
Just
not.
simply storage, okay.
We were just making it look like a garage for aesthetics, basically.
Okay, and maybe this is a planning question through you, Mr. Chair, and maybe, again, this could be a what if, but on the, that the applicant needs to provide 2 parking spaces. I see that when I went and visited the site that there's a utility pole at the end of the existing driveway. So I guess in the finalization of plans, regardless of whether they're front to back or side to side, if that utility pole needs to be addressed, that will be addressed by staff and the magic that you work.
Yes, the parking spaces will have to be provided on site, and whether or not it will require a widening of the driveway in the road allowance, that's if any work is required in the road allowance, and that will trigger an entrance permit that will be reviewed in detail by our Public Works Department. And
that would also, if a utility pole needed to be moved, that would all be part of that as well as part of the consideration.
If it's required to be moved, or if the driveway has to be altered in any way in order to avoid it, to accommodate spaces. So there are different ways that could potentially be configured. So
okay,
condition is there just to make sure that we have a look at it, and that the requirement of the zoning bylaw is met. And if it can't be, then they'd have to come back for another variance for the parking issue.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And then Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, to the applicant, is just after seeing the front elevation, my question is this a major renovation? Because it says addition in the application, or is it going to be like a demolition to the foundation?
No, no demolition to the foundation. It's not changing. Just doing basically slab on grade. It's going to be miniature, basically an attached shed.
Sorry, we can't hear too much of what you said, Tony. Sorry about that.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. It's going to be basically an attached shed, overgrown shed.
I think he's meaning on the east side, like the 2-story part. Is that what you're talking about, Adam?
Just overall, just comparing what's there to what the elevation shows. It just looks like it's actually a new build, but
oh no, we are changing the roof line of the house just to make it look proportionate. But the second story is only on the eastern half.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Danielle, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question, I think, was mostly answered by Dylan's question, just with respects to the 2 parking spaces. It looked like it could be accommodated in the driveway, but I was also going to note about that utility pole, and if it was something that was going to have to be taken into consideration. But access permits and everything will cover it, so I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions? And if not, then do we have a motion? Or Herb, did you have a question yet? Your hand's still up, so yes. Herb?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chair. If this is just a storage shed, basically, that's attached to the house, why would it not be able to meet the setback?
Well, we basically more for aesthetics. We just wanted to it's only about 8 feet wide inside, so it's not very wide to begin with. So they have a lot of, equipment, snow blowers, that kind of stuff. So to make it any less, it just wouldn't be enough room.
Thank you. And Bernie had his hand up too, I think. Bernie, I don't see your picture, but I see a symbol or a computer symbol. Bernie, are you there? Ah, there he is. You had a question, Bernie?
Sorry, Chair, that was an accident.
Oh, okay, no problem.
My apologies.
No problem. All right, no further questions then. Do we have a motion on this application?
I would motion to approve it based on it meeting the 4 tests, that it would meet the intent of the official plan and the zoning bylaw, Mr. Chair, that it is minor for the 2 setbacks for the new addition, and then to recognize the existing setback, the east side yard setback, to legalize it for the main floor and for the second story addition, and that the proposed additions are desirable for this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconder,
I
Herb?
see Herb has his.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a
Mr.
chance.
Chair,
We're gonna open
Yeah.
it up after the motions on the table. So a seconder. Do we have a seconder? Get it on the floor, Dylan. Thank you. And then any further discussion? And where'd Herb go? There. Herb, go ahead.
yes, Mr. Chair, is there anyone in the audience that's has any comments to make on this? We haven't asked for outside participation if there is any.
Yeah, and I only did that because I assumed that anybody would be on the screen yet. So I'm assuming nobody's on, Michaela. That's why I haven't called for any.
No, there's no one else.
Okay. Thank you. Adam, you had a question or comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just the motion, I guess is motion to approve. I'm just not sure if Danielle mentioned the conditions or if she's waiving the conditions.
Just looking for that. The
I
parking one?
apologize. Yes, it would be to, the motion would be yes, to approve it with the condition that the applicant provide the 2 parking spaces on the subject lands. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. So it's with the suggested conditions. Any further discussion or comments or questions? All those in favor say aye or raise their hand. Opposed, if any, was carried. So it was approved with condition, and there is a 20-day appeal period before it becomes final and binding. Thanks for attending. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You as well. Good night.
Okay, the next application, bear with me here for a second, is, you got it, 25 Bartlett. Okay, we'll just give people a moment to get on the screen here.
I think that's everyone. There was someone here earlier, but I don't see her anymore. All right, so now the application being heard is A3121 of 25 Bartlett Avenue. So the minor variance requested is to facilitate parking for affordable rental apartments, up to 5 of which would be dedicated for adults experiencing disabilities. The variance is requested. The first one is to permit 23 parking spaces for 20 units, whereas 30 parking spaces are required. Second one is to permit parking spaces outside, whereas the parking spaces are required to be located within the building. Just to note that this application was deferred from the December 7th, 2021 meeting, and the applicant has provided an updated parking justification report. So here is a site plan, the same as in December, as well as what was circulated on the notice. aerial photography to show the context of the neighborhood. Photos taken by town staff. These were taken December 2021, which shows the current parking on the site. For correspondence, planning has no objections. They request that the applicant is subject to the following condition. And that reads as the reduction in parking only applied to a minimum of 5 rental apartments being dedicated to adults experiencing disabilities. From Public Works, specifically the transportation technologist, he notes that he's satisfied with the methodology used in the parking justification report and has no further analysis requirements. He makes a suggestion that TDM measures should be implemented to support the reduction in parking, and this includes posting information about Niagara transit options or providing some sort of transit pass. From the engineering part of Public Works, no comments or concerns. From Niagara Region, no comments or concerns. From the Conservation Authority, no comments or concerns, as there are no regulated features on the property. From CN Rail, no comments or concerns, and Heritage, again, no comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there somebody here representing the owner that would like to speak to the committee or address any things that are brought up in the planning report and engineering report? I see there's a few people on, so I'm not sure who would like to speak.
Hi, through the chair.
Andrew?
No additional comments, but we have myself and Milan Vincent from SHS Consulting, consultants for the agent Christian Horizons Canada, as well as a representative from Christian Horizons Canada, Dave Petkow, available to answer any questions from the members of the committee or yourself, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any members of the committee that would like to ask a question at this point? Dylan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I just would like to get a clarification on, on the condition that the reduction in parking only applied to a minimum of 5 rental apartments being dedicated to adults experiencing disabilities. So how is that new sort of formula calculated? Because when I sort of took a look at it and sort of subtracted 5 and did the math, I'm still at 24 parking spaces, rounding up. So I wasn't sure what the sort of methodology is for, or really just clarity around how it just affects the 5.
Maybe that's the clarification. Start with Walter, perhaps. It was a condition I think that Walter's team put in.
Yes. With regard to maybe Mr. Petkow can sort of address the potential needs of the residents that would require assistance in terms of vehicles and driving. But the remaining 5 spaces, or reducing the number of units for market rentals by 5 would result in 15 and 8 visitors on top of 15 results, I believe, in 23. Yeah.
Okay. So, I was just sort of doing the calculation of the 1.25 versus the full number of units. So that's why I probably got a different number. Sorry.
Yeah, there's that, but maybe Mr. Petkow can sort of give the committee some additional information with regard to their clients and their need for vehicles.
Okay, Dave, did you wish to elaborate on that?
Certainly. I mean, for us, the idea of creation of community is about the journey of people with developmental disabilities moving from institutionalization to group homes to now what we want to do is create an intentional community. So traditionally, the people that we've seen supported as independently as possible, living on their own in an apartment like this, don't have vehicles, and their supports wrap around them in terms of a very personalized support of a level that's planned through a personal planning process. So I appreciate the comments earlier about the information about public transit and all those kind of things, because that's exactly what we would be doing to help people live independently within the context of that community. So yeah, I'm not sure if I've got statistics at hand right at the moment for the folks that we traditionally serve in those kind of settings, but I would say upwards of 99% do not have a vehicle. So therefore, that's how we've approached this this calculation, I think. I'm not sure if Andrew or Millen would be able to elaborate a little bit more on some of the technical aspects of the study.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Maybe before we have your staff offer those questions or comments, I'll have, is it Adam next? Adam, sure, why not? Adam.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. To the applicant, I'm just wondering if you're going to have bicycle parking available on site.
Yes.
Dave? Oh, Dave or Milan?
There will be bicycle parking. It will be indoor. There's a whole room.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Danielle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to first say thank you to the applicants for going out and doing the extra legwork. I know it was my motion back in December that forced you guys to do this, so I do really appreciate it. I did read through the parking justification study, and pulling in another property from Grimsby really did add that extra context, at least for me as a committee member, and really drive home the need for something like this in Grimsby. So it really did add a lot of clarity for myself. So I understand it was a lot more work for you guys, but for myself, at least, not understanding the proper need for this type of use in this community, it really did help me a lot. So thank you from my end. I'm very satisfied with this. I'm fully supportive of this application, and the variances required of this now. I have only 2 questions, and they hopefully are simple to staff, to Walter. I noticed in the staff report, there is a note about a zoning bylaw amendment and a holding bylaw amendment coming forward. Can you just give a little bit of context clarification about what this is and what is it? Wasn't in the last staff report, so I'm trying to figure out what has happened in the last 2 months about this.
Walter?
Yeah, my apologies if it says to come, but the holding provisions have been removed, and the requirement for holding has been satisfied to the region's satisfaction.
Thank you. That is perfect.
And your second question?
Thank you. And then in transportation comments, kind of looping back to what Dylan was talking about, the TDM measures and implementation, I'm assuming we're going to probably implement those through the site plan, assumingly, correct? Whether they be through conditions, undertakings, agreements registered on title, something along those lines, just to make sure that we're satisfying that.
That is correct. And again, it's not all inclusive. It's like a
little bits of everything,
combination of this and that.
Fantastic.
We are in the middle of a site plan review for the site, and interior bike storage is one of the requirements, or one of the suggested features being proposed, in addition to some outside bicycle parking also.
No, that's fantastic. I just wanted to make sure that those were
through the site plan review process, right?
I just wanted to make sure, because it's not something we can implement. I just want to make sure that they're going to be addressed somewhere else. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm satisfied.
Thank you, Danielle. Dylan, you have your hand up.
Yeah, just I guess to start to say that I'm supportive of the project. I just I would wonder in future, and I'm talking sort of many years down the road, should let's say the property be sold, or the decision made that there would no longer be suites available for adults experiencing disabilities, and it was just a sort of normal, I put that in quotes, sort of a building with rental units. Would parking then need to be readdressed at that time? Because there's not a lot of sort of extras, given the location of where it is, there's not a lot of street parking or alternatives, should it be needed. So I'm just sort of thinking, I'm just sort of thinking forward looking. Does this condition change if there should be a change of ownership or use of the property?
Yeah, that would be a valid question. I guess maybe Walter can address it or the applicants. But if I recall and looking at the site plan, there is additional space on here if there is ever a demand felt that you needed more than one space per unit. And then of course you do go back to the fact it does have more than one space per unit if they're not that. But I'll let Walter instead of me stumbling through an attempt at an answer.
Yeah, yeah. So essentially, the condition of approval essentially becomes a zoning regulation for all intents and purposes. So if the circumstances did change and the 5 units became market rental units, then they would have to come back for another variance or provide the parking that's required.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this matter? Is this Heidi? Are you representing a neighbor or are you a neighbor to this application? I'm not sure.
I'm a neighbor.
Oh, okay. Heidi, go ahead. Did you have a question?
My biggest concern is because my property backs right onto the parking lot. I just wanted to make sure that the previous plans, that may not have anything to do with what you're talking about right now, but the previous plans that we were presented by the owner, will that still be maintained with this new ownership? I'm talking about landscaping and privacy on our side of the property.
Heidi, could I just get you to provide your address? So just for the committee's clarification.
19 Bartlett, Unit 10.
Okay, so you're behind it to the south?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Walter, maybe you can address that. This plan versus another plan was a question.
Yes, thank you. The previous plan no longer applies. The new plan that we are reviewing now is a Planning Act site plan application that will have to be approved by council. And there is a landscape plan. I would note that along the south boundary, there are some existing vegetation, or there is some existing vegetation that we would hope to preserve.
I have to interrupt you there. Sorry. The vegetation that you're speaking about are the cedar trees, and they're dead on our side. We just have bare branches. So this is what our concern was on this side of the parking lot, that those cedar trees be removed and an 8-foot fence would go up.
So Heidi, you are making the conversation with the condo corp very, very easy. I would love to connect with you offline. And if you can look me up at SHS Consulting, we will be connecting on what we need to do on the landscaping on that end, backing onto your property.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Heidi. Any other questions?
To conclude, it is something that we will have to address. When you have parking backyards, it's something that as staff, we make sure that there is grid screening and a site plan when it's completed, when staff review is completed, will come forward to council for review and approval in an open session. So Heidi, you'll be able to participate there if you'll.
Another question, will we be advised when the building will be started? I think that the old police station will probably have to be torn down, right?
Yes.
So that will be quite a messy affair.
Yeah, we'll keep, we had a community consultation in January, and we'll continue to have community touch points. The next one we're hoping will be in the spring and outdoors and on site. So we'll make sure that everybody at 19 Bartlett is invited. And the idea is really to keep the communication open and for everybody to be aware of when everything is happening and what mitigation strategies we are making so that the impacts on your properties can be minimized as best as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Any other questions from Heidi or from any of the committee members before we ask for a motion? If not, then do we have somebody who would like to make a motion on this application? And thank you again. I'd like to reiterate Danielle's or repeat Danielle's comments for coming back with a little bit more information. It was helpful. I mean, Always helps to have more information, and a local test was, or a local study was helpful as well. So Adam, did you have your hand up for the motion to move it?
Yes, I did, Mr. Chair. I'd like to approve with the condition of that the reduction in parking only apply to a minimum of 5 rental apartments being dedicated to adults experiencing disabilities for the reasons that it meets the official plan zoning bylaw, it's desirable, and it's minor.
Thank you. A seconder? Dylan? Any further discussion? All those in favor raise their hand for the screen. Thank you. Opposed, if any, was carried. Thank you very much for coming out this evening again a second time. Was approved subject to the 20-day appeal period.
Thank you very much. I just want to say, nice to see you again, Dylan. Didn't think we'd cross paths again.
You too, Mylene. Good to see you. Hope you're well.
Yes, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Good evening. Okay, the next application then is, find my agenda here. Parkwood, I believe.
Parkwood.
Yeah, 13 Parkwood, A0722.
My notebook's giving out workout tonight, flipping around.
We'll give a minute or two to get the applicant a chance and any neighbors that are going to show up before we begin the presentation. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. The next application to be heard is application A0722 for 13 Parkwood Road. The minor variances are to facilitate the construction of a first-story sunroom addition and to legalize an existing fence. The first variance requested is to permit a front yard setback of 4.8 meters where 7.55 meters is permitted. Second variance requested is to legalize a fence within 0 meters of a street line, whereas fences are permitted, but in the case of a lot situated in any residential zone, no fence that is more than 0.8 meters high in height is permitted within 4.5 meters of any street line. That's what's required. So just for clarification, the definition of the front lot line is, in the case of a corner lot, the shorter street line shall be deemed to be the front lot line, and the longer street line shall be deemed to be the side lot lines. And the definition for street line is any lot line that divides a lot from a street. This shows the site plan or a zoomed out site plan in the area where the variances are requested. The blue line shows the requested front yard setback, and the yellow indicates where there's an existing fence where the variance is to legalize it. Here is aerial photography to show the context of the neighborhood. Photos taken from Google Streetscapes in October 2021. So top left shows what's technically the side yard. And here on the right side of that photo, we can see part of the fence that's already existing. The top right shows what's also the opposite side yard, again showing the fence and its relationship with, I believe it's 3 Sunrise Crescent. So that's their driveway there. And then the bottom photo shows what is considered the front yard and the fence that is existing. These photos just show, or plans just show the elevation of what is being proposed. So here is the front of the existing dwelling. So technically, again, the side yard. And here is the rear of the house. Again, technically it's the side yard. So for correspondence, just a moment. So from the planning department at the town, there were no objections. From Public Works, there were no comments or concerns. From Niagara Region, no comments. From the Conservation Authority, no comments. From Heritage, again, no comments. And we received 5 letters in the form of emails of objection from 1, 3, 4, 5, 6 Sunrise Crescent. And I will just summarize some of the points brought up in those letters instead of reading them all the way through. So the point was brought up that the variances are of substantial nature. The fence blocks critical sight lines, and that the subdivision was built for large homes on large grass properties. Noted that the sunroom addition adds another dimension to an already congested front side yard development. The subdivision was planned with a pleasing balance of structures and landscapes and symmetry. So the neighbor that we saw in the previous photo, they note they are particularly affected as the fence is along the dividing property line. They believe it is unattractive, eyesore, unsympathetic, and jarring. That the fence is very noticeable as you drive through the subdivision and has changed the overall appearance of the corner. That the fence blocks the neighbor's views of the surrounding area. That setback should be adhered to for the benefit of all homeowners and to avoid setting precedents. It was noted that a smaller but still sizable addition can be achieved without imposing on the neighbors. There was a note that the company that built the fence has operated in Grimsby over 50 years, and it is inconceivable that they were unaware of the bylaw requirements and not have advised the applicants of what is and what is not permitted. It's noted that the fence obstructs sight lines in an area with considerable vehicle and pedestrian traffic. It's noted that the TAMs provide a footpathway between 5 and 6 Sunrise Crescent to access Centennial Park as well as the school. And it's heavily used by a large number of school-aged children and other pedestrians. Furthermore, there were concerns about the safety of children who are carefree and not aware of the dangers caused by traffic. There were suggestions to mitigate the fence by reducing it to 1.8 meters or moving it back to the required 4.8 meters from the street line. And then it was also noted that there are visual obstructions present for vehicles reversing from some of the driveways along Sunrise Crescent, especially because there are no sidewalks. And then again, because of the high volume of particularly children walking between 5 and 6 Sunrise Crescent to access Centennial Park and the school. So that was the gist of the objection letters. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. First, we'll open it up to members of the committee if they would like to ask questions or speak. I'm assuming everybody had a chance to attend this property, looking at the fence and or inside the fence, just to help maybe visualize what's going on. And I think part of the issue here is it was caught in a side yard versus a front yard. Sorry, Michaela, I'm going to have to ask you to put on mute because I'm hearing myself here. Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, with that said, Dylan, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if perhaps I can get some clarity, because I mean, looking at what's being proposed and also, sort of some of the comments that Michaela summarized. I guess I'm not quite understanding. I mean, obviously, this is coming forward in order to legalize this fence, which from previous images I've been able to find, I guess at some point in time, there was no fence. So I guess, again, I don't need to get into the history of fences and everything else, but I don't understand. We're legalizing something that really should be, if we wanted a fence, be back further, but at the same time, then that is going further onto obviously the property owner's property. So I'm not quite understanding, and as well the height as well. So if it was smaller, it would be fine, but given the existing height that it's not, and should this have ever been built, was it built properly, etc. So I'm not quite understanding that part of the I guess of the variance.
I think, Dylan, I'll have Walter address it, because I know we get into this once in a while with the height of a fence approaching a street, and it's typically an issue, or it was meant to prevent an issue, where you have a typical set of rectangular lots and someone brings a fence all the way down the side yards to the sidewalk, and that becomes a safety issue with backing out of a driveway, and you have a 6-foot fence. So Walter, maybe you can explain the differences here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, typically in this particular case, it's an unusual circumstance where what's technically a front lot line, there are a couple things. What's technically a front lot line is actually an exterior side yard, because that house actually faces the other street, which is the side lot line. So that's where this particular lot is different from the other lots that have frontage onto this court. The fence issue, we require that anything more than 0.8 meters in height, any visual obstruction be 4.5 meters into the lot minimum, so that if there's a sidewalk on that side of the road and then there's a driveway exiting on that same side of the road next to the fence, that there isn't that obstruction. So when you're backing out of your driveway, you're not backing out onto the sidewalk, not seeing any oncoming traffic. In this particular case, there's no sidewalk on that side of the road. And I might add also that we don't believe the fence itself would cause any visual obstruction for the abutting driveway. However, there is an existing tree, a pine tree or some kind of coniferous tree that seems to be even hanging a little bit over onto the road. So if anything's causing a visual obstruction there, it would probably be the vegetation along the sidewalk or along the road, but we don't believe, in our estimation, that the fence itself would cause any visual obstructions. And that's really why we have that regulation in the zoning bylaw, in those circumstances where you have a sidewalk, a fence, and a driveway intersecting in very close proximity to each other.
And sorry, Mr. Chair, just to sort of follow up, sorry, not to cut you short, Danielle, but so again, we're going forward to legalize this, but there really is no other path forward, I'm assuming. I mean, I guess, like there are.
Yes. I can answer
that. I guess there's, don't get me wrong. There's always, there are always other options, but I guess what I'm saying is this needs to be done based on what is there, etc. But I'm assuming that there's not if we do nothing, it means the fence has to come down, or there can be no fence or anything like that. So I guess that's what I see this, but is there an alternative, or this is just a path forward based on what needs to be done for the property?
Whether it's an existing fence or whether it's a proposed fence, the options are the same. Get a variance, and if it's an existing fence, if you don't get the variance, you got to take it out.
Or cut it down to legal height.
Cut it down to 0.8 meters in height.
So about half.
Right,
does that help, Dylan?
I would also note that because of the tree location, and there has been expressed some concerns with regard to visibility for driveways backing out. That tree is actually located on the town right-of-way. I would like to probably alert our Public Works Department to have a look at that and see if we could do anything with regard to the tree itself in terms of the visibility for that particular driveway backing out onto the road.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does that help, Dylan?
It does help clarify it as well.
I think part of the confusion is too, people think distance from a street, it's not the traveled portion of the street, right? It's the property line. So the street is actually, in this case, quite a bit back from the actual traveled portion of the road. So that's also part of the
Yeah, that's what I was trying to understand, because when you look at the fence, it seems like it's quite a ways away, but then if it's yet potentially another 4.5 meters, it's even further. So I didn't quite understand that relativity.
The existing fence, I believe, is approximately 5.5 meters from the physical road.
Right, but on the property line, so on the street line, the technical street line.
Right.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Or legal, I guess is the word. Danielle?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I think the other concern is if we hypothetically do not approve a variance for this fence, they cannot just simply cut it down to the 0.8 meters, because there's also a pool in the backyard and there's minimum height requirements under the Ontario Building Code for pool enclosures. So then they'd have to be looking at erecting a secondary fence somewhere that meets the OBC for pool enclosure requirements. So they'd be looking at constructing a secondary fence. Like there's other trickle down implications when it comes to this as well too. I personally, when I drove the site, I had more issues with the snow than anything on that corner, but we've also had a significant amount of snow the last little while. But that tree I would see would be more of a concern, and it's number 4 that is on the side there behind the subject lands on Sunrise, being more of a concern for the backing out of that area. I don't foresee this fence being a concern for sightlines. There's a significant amount of boulevard, city-owned boulevard within Parkwood. There's a significant amount of city-owned boulevard within Sunrise. This is why we take the proverbial I apologize because I work for municipality as well too. The town of Grimsby takes so much land when streets or roads are created, is to ensure that there's these larger boulevards, and the streets are only about half of what the city actually owns. So I have no concerns about the fence location. I have no concerns with the setbacks either, because this is a bit of a unique lot. It's on a corner, understanding your front yard as zoning defines it. And I run into the same thing because I work for the city of Burlington. This is the way that our bylaw also works with it. Functionality is your side yard, or also your rear yard in a way. It's your amenity area, right? So I understand where you're coming from with this, and functionality, it is a unique situation. I do think this qualifies as a minor variance. So I'm supportive of this. I agree with staff's recommendations. So I just wanted to throw my 2 cents worth in. Like when I visited, I had more trouble with the snow on the boulevard than your fence. So that's just my opinion. So when the time's right, I'd be willing to support or make a motion to approve this application. So thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Herb? Still on mute, Herb, sorry. Herb? Herb, you're still on mute.
I just had an update flash at me. So. Anyhow, I agree that the fence where it's located now is less of an obstruction as the trees are along there. I would not want to see the trees being removed from the area. I know the town, when this subdivision was built, it looks like that tree was planted at that time, probably by a town requirement or something like this here. What I would like to see is maybe maintenance of these trees so they don't provide blocking of visibilities coming out of a driveway and that. And the simple way would be to manicure the tree from the bottom branches up to a height that someone could see past the trunk when they're backing out of their driveway in a car. This would be just a maintenance issue with the town to have these obstructions looked at on a regular basis. Just a comment, not anything against or for.
Thank you, Herb. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Danielle, you still have your hand up, sorry. Adam, moving around here. Adam?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. To planning staff, I just wonder if you calculated the actual lot coverage of everything, because using GIS, I looked at the lot size and took into account the home, the accessory building, and the proposed addition, and I get almost 27%. It's RD 2.25, I think.
Did you include the gazebo? Where's that? Did you include the gazebo or just the addition?
I included just what was on the GIS. There was like an accessory building.
Oh, the pool heater building.
There's a shed. I don't know if I can speak. There's a shed there, which was included. Not the gazebo, because it's got just a louvered roof. Doesn't actually have a solid roof.
Sorry, Allison, you're who?
Yes, Allison Strickland, Narrative Design. I'm the agent.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you might be a neighbor injecting. No. Sorry about that.
No, I just wanted to provide clarification on how that figure was determined and what it included and what it didn't include.
Okay, so what percentage did you get, Allison?
We have 24.73. And
the maximum just for
25.
25. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Does that help, Adam?
Yeah, thanks. It still doesn't jive with my numbers up.
It's on the site plan. If you have access to the drawing in the bottom left-hand corner, there's a...
Yeah, actually our copy is very low resolution, so we can't read anything.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Allison, did you wish to elaborate at all or address some of the comments that were raised in the letters? I don't see any names here on the screen from neighbors, so I'm assuming there's nobody wishing to speak in other than the letters that were submitted. Michaela?
No, you've covered everything that I had prepared to say, so there's really nothing further for me to add at this point.
Okay, Herb, I'll start with Herb first, and then I'll go back to the owners. Herb?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I was looking at that shed as well, and I don't know if it meets the requirements for getting a permit or not, but the setback seems to be quite close to the property and the rear. My question is to, through yourself, Mr. Chair, the permit and the purpose of the shed and the size of the shed and whether there was a permit issued for it or not.
Thank you. I did have that question when I was visiting the site today, but I understand from the owners, it was there long before they moved in. So maybe it was recognized long before, but maybe staff can enlighten us on that. Or it's less than the size required for a permit. That could be too, but maybe Walter can help us with that one.
Yeah, whatever I can add, but yeah, the minimum floor area requirement to require a permit is 10 square meters. I'm not familiar with the size of the shed and whether or not it does meet that requirement, and not familiar with the setback offhand. But I believe if there are no windows on the rear yard, I think the requirement might be pretty small, like 0.8 meters or something like that.
Yeah, this would be a side yard.
I can tell you that the shed is 8.41 square meters.
That's the answer right there then. It's under the required size.
Yeah, it's under the required size, but it would still need to meet the setback requirements.
Herb? Sorry, Walter. Does that mean that it would have to be recognized, or?
Again, I don't know this. I don't know what is the setback, Allison? Do you know offhand?
It's not annotated on this particular diagram, but
may be incorrect, but I think it's 0.6 meters.
0.6, it's very faint, 0.6 meters, yes, to the nearest corner, the shortest distance, I mean. No, that's 0.6.
Are there any windows facing the side lot
Sorry,
line?
that's 0.5, not 0.6, 0.5.
Well, if the committee feels they could include that to be safe, amend the motion if they'd like, if just to be safe, unless records show that it was given a variance way back or didn't require one at the time. But I guess duplicating it wouldn't hurt if they feel so inclined to recognize it. I saw it there too. I don't have an issue where it is. It's probably better there than leaving a gap between it and the fence that was added. But I do see that the owners have their hand up as well. So maybe I'll allow them to speak briefly.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to, number one, thank you guys for your time today. We just wanted to clear up because we talked to a lot of the neighbors. We went door to door, we canvassed around, and some of the neighbors that objected, actually, they don't have an objection. There was a lot of confusion with where the fence was going. The way maybe the correspondence went out, a lot of the neighbors thought that the fence was going to the street because it says 0 to street line. So I just wanted to clarify that. And that's why there was at the beginning, there was a lot of maybe anger or whatever it was, but we went and talked to everybody. We're very, very friendly with the majority of our neighbors. It's a great neighborhood. We just wanted to clear that up, that the fence was staying exactly where it is. Okay.
Thank you. That helps.
Okay.
And that's what we suspected would happen, because I had the same thing when I pulled in. I go, and I don't see the concern here based on how far it is. But when you read it, on face of it, it says, like Dylan said,
people people were coming. They're like, "What are the snowplows going to do? They're going to come put snow right to your fence. Like, why do you guys want a fortress or whatever?" We're like, no. Everything's staying because people love. We have like 3 beautiful cherry blossom trees there, and they bloom like every May. It's stunning. Like we want to keep the landscaping, all the stuff. We want to maintain the property. Again, the majority of the neighbors are on side with us. We just, we want to do whatever we can we want to just make everybody happy.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? If not, then could I have a motion? Oh, sorry, Herb, you had your hand up, I think.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to, I'm in favor of this application, but I think it should include the setback for the shed.
To be safe, yeah, I would agree.
By 0.5, if I'm correct by what Allison had said.
Just let me pull up the drawing to double check that so I can read clearly.
But if we could include that in the application, if Michaela could add that in there, then and the clarification from Allison what the exact setback is.
Okay, so are you prepared to make that motion as it's written plus the additional once we get the number?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Herb. Seconder with the amended motion, or did you have a question? We'll call for a seconder first. How's that?
Yeah, I had a question.
Okay, seconder Danielle, and then any further questions or comments on the motion? Go ahead, Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I've been just looking at the zoning bylaw. The requirement is 0.6 meters, not 0.5.
Yeah, it's 0.5 on the drawing.
But the drawing is 0.5.
Oh, okay.
Double checking that. 1 second. Just have to open the surveyor's drawing. Okay. 0.47. 0.47.
I would suggest we make it 0.4 just to be safe. And it's recognizing the existing pool shed anyways. So if Herb is okay with that wording, that we make it 0.4 to cover just in case.
Sure.
Either 0.4 or 0.45, that would be fine.
Danielle, you okay with that? Thank you. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor say aye. Raise their hand. Opposed, if any. Was carried. And there is a 20-day appeal period before it becomes final and binding. Thank you for attending.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
Yeah, just to clarify, it's I put that motion forward because I believe it's a deal for the location of the property and the development of the land, and suits the
meets the 4 tests.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Herb. All right, thanks everyone. Have a good evening.
Thank you to the committee. Night.
Good night.
Thank you. Have a good night, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. What does he know that we don't know? Okay, the next application is southwest corner of South Service Road and Kelston Avenue, A0922. Michaela, give you a minute to set up.
They're unmuted, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have if you can mute first, because Michaela's gonna read or go through a presentation.
I don't know where the mute button is.
Hey, Clarence, could I just have you to go on mute?
We're gonna.
All right, so the application being heard now is A0922. This is at the southwest corner of South Service Road and Kelston Avenue. The minor variance is to facilitate the construction of 2 warehouse buildings. The 2 variances being requested today. The first one is to permit a minimum yard abutting a residential use of 12.85 meters, whereas the minimum bylaw requirement is 70 meters. All right, so the application being heard now is A0922. This is at the southwest corner of South Service Road and Kelston Avenue. The minor variance is to facilitate the construction.
Mr. Clarence, can you mute yourself, please? We're getting feedback because I believe, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. The second variance is to permit minimum parking requirement of 628 spaces, which equates to 1 per 105 meters squared gross floor area, whereas the minimum bylaw requirement is 738 spaces, which equates to 1 per 90 square meters of gross floor area. So just to note that the proposed uses are permitted in the general employment zone, and the residential use is legal non-conforming in the general employment zone. Just to clarify what we are discussing today. So we're discussing the minor variance, and the purpose of a minor variance is to provide some sort of relief from the requirements of the zoning bylaw. For a minor variance under the Planning Act, Regulation 296. Notice is given to any landowner within 60 meters of the subject lands, with the requirement that they are mailed at least 10 days prior to the meeting date. And the Committee of Adjustment under Bylaw 91-115, the Committee of Adjustment is delegated by council as the approval authority for minor variances. Site plan control, Bylaw 86-8 designates the entire town of Grimsby as an area of site plan control. So this deals with permitted uses under zoning bylaw 1445, and therefore public consultation is not required. But the main objectives of site plan review is to assess matters such as stormwater management, drainage, and mitigating land use incompatibilities and landscaping. And ultimately, council is the approval authority for site plan applications. So eventually, a site plan would go to council for approval. So here is the site plan. This is the same one that was circulated on the notice. Just a zoomed in version of the site plan showing where that 12.89 meter figure comes from. Again, just showing the aerial photography, just to understand the site context compared to the neighborhood. Just another aerial photography, just to show the perspective again and show the neighborhood context. So for correspondence, planning staff had no objections, but they requested one condition, and that condition reads as the reduced parking requirement of 628 parking spaces be approved for a warehousing use only. Planning staff also wanted to note that there is potential space for additional parking if necessary should the use change in the future. From finance, they request that the applicant be subject to a condition. The condition reads as payment of the balance of any outstanding taxes, including penalties and interest, and any local improvement charges, if applicable, shall be paid to the municipality. From Public Works, there were no comments or concerns. From the MTO, no objections to the minor variance, and they just note that an MTO permit would be required before construction commences and that they would provide further comments at the site plan stage. Niagara Region, they had no comments. Conservation Authority, they noted that the spill area will be reviewed during the site plan stage, and they don't have any objections to the minor variances. From Grimsby Power, they had no objections. And Heritage, they had no objections. There were 2 letters of objection received in the form of email. I believe both landowners from these 2 properties are present tonight, so I will let them present the contents of their letter during their delegation. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. All right, so we'll start with the owner or the representative if they would like to outline or elaborate on their presentation and address some of the concerns or comments that were raised or will be raised in anticipation. So who do we have first here? Is it Tom?
Apologies, real quick. I believe one of my teammates may be in the waiting room still.
I just got him.
Thank you.
I think, yeah. And the applicants have a presentation, so I'll pull that up right now.
Okay. Sorry, who we're going to hear from here?
So Marcus.
Marcus. Hi, Marcus. Go ahead.
Hi. I believe Michaela's just going to put up my presentation on the screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and while we're waiting for that, I'm Minesh Dave from Blackwood Partners. So thank you, Michaela, for letting us in. Greatly appreciated.
All right, so I'm gonna begin. Sorry, yeah. Good evening, Chair and committee members. My name is Marcus Martins of Humphreys Planning Group, representing the Nicola VA Kelson Limited Partnership, the owners of the parcel located at the corner of South Service Road and Kelson Avenue. I'm also here joined today with Minesh Dave, which is the owner, Thomas and Paul, which are the owners, and also Rosemary Humphreys, which is the president of Humphreys Planning Group, just to assist me with any questions that I may not answer. Next slide, please. So again, the subject site is located on the southwest corner of South Service Road and Kelson Avenue, just south of the QEW and north of the existing railway. I just wanted to note some of the existing uses in the area. So we have low-rise residential to the east and south of the property. We also have existing employment to the east side of Kelson Avenue, and also an existing industrial aggregate and concrete disposal to the west. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to go over some of the site policy background on the property. The Town of Grimsby official plan OP designates the subject site as employment area per Schedule B1. The employment area are planned areas to encourage prestige employment and a broad range of industrial development, including warehousing. I also wanted to note that the immediate surrounding area is also designated as employment area. Moving forward to the zoning bylaw. The Town of Grimsby zoning bylaw 1445 zones the subject site as general employment with a holding symbol, with the site-specific exception 174. The GE zone permits warehousing and a variety of industrial related uses. I also want to note that the immediate surrounding area is also zoned general employment. So I just wanted to make it clear, it is clear that the long-term vision for this area, which includes the subject site and the surrounding parcels of land, to be used for employment purposes as permitted through the Town of Grimsby official plan and the zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. The site plan application was submitted and is in the process of circulation and is being reviewed by the town and also the external agencies. Next slide, please. So we are requesting to permit a minimum yard abutting a residential use of 12.85 meters, whereas the minimum bylaw is 70 meters. This is per the site-specific exception 174. So the existing requirement of a 70-meter setback to a residential use is intended to address compatibility. There are several ways to address compatibility, beginning with the most simple, which is distance separation. This is achievable with the absence of a development application. So a site plan application, which is the one we brought forward, has been submitted with now the known uses, which are warehousing. Therefore, it's appropriate to consider other solutions to address compatibility now. One solution that we did proceed with was the site layout. In this proposed development, the buildings are oriented in such a manner that noise generation areas are located beyond the 70-meter setback. And also, there are no rear facades or loading or service areas located also within the 7-meter setback that would generate any noise or produce any negative visual impacts to the surrounding uses. It should also be noted that the proposed setback is still greater than the parent GE zone setback for residential uses, which requires a minimum of 9 meters. This application proposes a minimum setback to a residential use for 12.89 meters. Next slide, please. Another solution for mitigation is the provision of landscaping as a buffer. We're proposing 3 to 8.5 landscape meter buffers along the adjacent residential property lines. This is also a requirement per the zoning bylaw. Also, the landscape buffers are proposed to be planted with large caliper trees, 70 millimeters in diameter, just to provide a visual screen for the proposed buildings. Next slide, please. And then for our second variance, we are requesting to permit the minimum parking requirement of 628 spaces, which is 1 per 105 square meters of GFA. whereas the minimum bylaw requirement is 738 spaces, 1 per 90 meters GFA. The current bylaw requirement, or parking requirement, is intended for a broader range of industrial uses, which requires the same parking ratio. The proposed use of a warehousing is very specific and has been studied in multiple municipalities and locations, and which our parking study that we've submitted supports the proposed reduction in this requirement. And that would conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in your group that had wanted to provide any more information? No, if not, then we're going to open it up first to the committee members, and then we'll open it up to members of the public that would like to speak or address this. So we will open it up to committee members first. Does anybody have a comment or question? Herb?
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you. You say you're going to be providing sound mitigation. On the plan, it just shows a small area of trees being planted along the residential area. Are there any plans for fencing and other types of sound mitigation along there? As it looks like there's a driveway that's going right adjacent to the residential areas that I would assume, which I know doesn't make happen all the time, but the noise from the trucks that will be using these, apparently there'd be transport trucks, I would imagine, large diesel and so forth, anything to help mitigate the sound from these vehicles. Also, I was looking at the site plan, and now the 70 meters, Walter, you may be able to help me with this. The 70 meters for the most westerly building, there is property on the other side of the railroad tracks, residential units. Now, would they be within that 70 meters, or are they outside that 70 meters? Because according to sending out information to homeowners, it's only 60 meters. So these people may not have received any notification from about the meeting or the variances.
Just through the chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's 70 or 60 meters from the property boundary.
So in other words, they would have received the notices. The notices were sent to the properties on the other side of the tracks.
Yeah, so there were about 10 properties, I think, on Lampman that were circulated to as well.
But the building itself is substantially more than 70 meters from those properties.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Herb.
Just the information about the sound
attenuation and so on. And then maybe for clarification, because I had the same question about that driveway, I'm assuming that's not a primary entrance for the trucks that are going in, anticipated to go in and out of that warehouse operation. So maybe you can explain a little bit the purpose of that driveway, because that would be a concern too. If you had, that was your major primary entrance going along that.
Yeah, so to answer your question, that actually isn't the primary entrance for the trucks. The trucks would be utilizing South Service Road as the central access. I'm not sure if you could pull up the site plan, you can see it better there. They're going to be using that central driveway on South Service Road as their primary ingress and egress, which would then they're going to be utilizing the access off of the QEW there. That access off of Kelson is used for the employee parking. And also, I believe it also includes the fire route, if I'm not mistaken.
Walter's nodding, so. Do we have a chance to bring up the site plan?
It should be on the presentation slide.
Yeah. The one with the landscape buffer, I think, would help too. that they had in that second or third slide.
I'm just trying to figure out where the fire route is, but I believe there is the fire route that goes through there as well. So that's why we have to propose an access off of Kelston Avenue. In terms of the noise mitigation, we actually prepared a noise study for this site, for this in support of the minor variance application, which identified some noise sources being generated central at the rear of the buildings where the trucks will be loading and transporting the goods off of site. So the noise study recommends that we implement a noise wall along the property line of that existing commercial greenhouse, just to mitigate any noise to the existing residential neighbors in the area. And then also building A will act as a noise barrier for the adjacent residentials just south just west along Kelston Avenue as well. So those are the proposed noise mitigation measures that we're proposing.
Do we have an elevation for building A? In other words, what's that wall going to be? Is that going to be a blank tilt-up concrete wall, or is the office is going to be along there, or what do you anticipate being along that easterly elevation?
So as you could on the site plan, it actually notes where the offices are being located, which are in the corners of the building, and it won't be a blank facade. There will be facade treatments on there just to enhance the visual impact on the adjacent properties. But the primary facade of these buildings will be facing onto South Service Road, as it is, it benefits from the exposure of the QEW. And also, I believe as an urban design requirement, they're also requesting that, those facades are upgraded that face onto South Service Road as well. But we did submit elevation drawings as per the site plan application, which are under review by town staff.
Okay. And I guess the next question that will come up from the committee or the neighbors, I'm sure, is that the actual request, although 70 meters is to a residential use, what's the distance from that corner of that building to the actual residences? Like the residential, like that one property I know is quite large, where Clarence's greenhouses are, but the actual homes are, I'm assuming not 70 meters away, but a little further than what's shown here. And the other question would be with respect to lighting on that elevation of building A in that corner. Is it mounted at the top of the, 34, 36, 40 foot high warehouse wall, or how will that be shielded from the residences in that corner specifically? I guess that's where the kind of the squeeze point is.
Yeah, for sure. So in terms of the setback requirement requires a setback from the residential lot line, which is different than the actual resident building. So that setback could actually be greater in terms of from the proposed building to the actual existing residential building. So that 12 meter will obviously be greater. In terms of lighting, we've prepared a photometric study as per the site plan application, which indicated that there's going to be very, very minimal, if not none, light spillage over to the existing properties to the southeast and the east. We'll have some lighting fixtures along the building, but again, just to meet the requirements of the town, that lighting will not spill over to the existing property lines.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee before we open it up to the public? Herb?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Now, the property to the east of the warehouse, it is not like it's a little square in the middle of the block. It's not 70 meters away from the property line to the building. And I don't believe you answered what type of noise mitigation that you're going to be including in this? Is it going to be a concrete wall? Right now, you just say it's the building itself that's providing the noise mitigation. But for some of the other areas, what else are you providing for this?
Marcus?
So to answer your question, we're asking for a variance to amend the minimum setback to a residential lot. So the actual distance from those two properties that you just mentioned is actually 18 meters. So it's greater than what we're proposing as the minimum. So again, just to be clear, we're amending the site-specific minimum setback on this lot, so it will apply to the whole proposed development. In terms of the noise mitigation, we did prepare the noise study, which recommended that we construct a noise wall, a sound barrier wall, along the property line of the existing commercial greenhouse, just to mitigate sound to the existing residential uses to the southeast. And again, those details will emerge through our site plan application, which we've submitted to the town.
Thank you, Marcus. And Herb, I should also point you to condition 3 that's suggested in the resolution, that buildings be no closer than 17 meters to the residential lot known as 255 Kelson Avenue North. So to answer your question, that is a greater distance. It's not 70, but it's 18, I believe, as Marcus said, but it's tied down with that condition as being 17 as the closest. So in other words, they couldn't move the building 12 meters all the way around to all the residential uses. So the staff have addressed it with that condition in the resolutions that you were circulated. Number 3.
Yes, I understand that, but we still haven't heard what type of sound mitigation it's going to be. So far, it just says that your study recommends sound mitigation. Is it going to be a fence? How high is the fence going to be? And what's the construction of the fence? And also, like he said, like Marcus has said, if this is approved, it provides that for the entire lot, the entire project, which includes the sections to the west and to the south along the railway property. So this would allow them to put the other building as close as the 12 meters to the property line. So I'm just want to get some clarification on it, and if we can stipulate that it's just for building A, south property line, and east property line, that is what we need to have clarified as well.
Okay, thank you. Marcus, did you wish to answer his comment or questions, I guess, raised? One is the sound barrier and the separation on the building B, or the setback. Now, I don't know what the width of the CN rail corridor would be, if between that width and the distance from the lot line and proposed building B would be greater than 70 meters. I'm not sure. Walter, you have your hand up. Maybe I'll let you address them first. Sorry, Marcus.
So again, we prepared the noise study that recommended that noise mitigation. In terms of the details, we're going to be establishing those details through the site plan application.
Okay, Walter, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I just want to note that the residential lots on the other side of the tracks to the south, they have their own noise mitigation berming and fencing to address the noise that is generated from the railway. So the dwellings to the south of the railway opposite the site have their own noise protection. So and the town standard for noise mitigation walls is concrete. And the height will be determined by the noise engineers or the sound engineers.
Does that answer your question, Herb?
Sort of.
Acoustic.
Some of it.
It's concrete. Who else had their hand? Oh, Danielle.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair, to the applicant. Piggybacking off of Herb's questions about noise mitigation, have there been any mitigation requirements for the two properties that are, I guess, kind of notched in? I think the address is 255 and 251 Kelson Avenue North.
So again, we submitted a noise study, which analyzed all the noise generation that this proposed development would generate, and from there, they recommended that a noise wall be, implemented at the corner of the property line, abutting the commercial greenhouse on the southeast corner. With the construction of building A, that would act as a noise barrier for those two residential properties that you're mentioning along Kelson. So our noise study did analyze that, and it recommended that no further mitigation is required, just because the fact that building A will exist there, it would act as that noise barrier.
So for clear. Oh, go ahead, Daniel.
That's with the understanding that the majority of the noise that's being generated on site would be from the truck traffic, and most of that is to the rear of building A, which is located interior to the site. And those two residential lots would be abutting the presumed foot traffic and local vehicular traffic of that small parking lot. Just to the south of them. Is that correct, Marcus?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Danielle. I was going to say the same thing. So the noise is really not from the use, it's from the trucks, right? You're not talking about the uses in the warehouse.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, any questions from the committee members anymore? Otherwise, I'll open it up to members of the audience. Maybe we can go in order. We'll start. Who do we got? We have got a Catherine. Did you wish to address the committee or ask some questions? And maybe we can get your name and address for the benefit of the committee and for the minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Please forgive me if I don't have the technical terms, as my background is medical. Full name, Catherine Greenfield. My husband is Ron Warmold, and we reside at 255 Kelson Avenue North.
Thank you.
So I submitted an email to Michaela last night. She had informed me that she was going to send it off to all of you, so you would have been able to read it. Michaela, did that happen?
Through the chair, since it was submitted after the agenda was posted, it was just to be read at the meeting. So either I can read it out, or if you would like to present it.
I can present it.
Okay.
Okay, so everyone, this was addressed to Michaela. So Michaela, I'm emailing you on behalf of myself and my husband, Ron Warmold, in regards to the notice of the hearing that's to occur on February 15th, 2022, pertaining to file A09-22 regarding South Service Road and Kelson Avenue North. I object to the short time frame that we have been allotted. We received the notice of the hearing dated February 2nd on February 7th, with the invitation to attend the Zoom meeting on February 15th. Including was an illegible and partial drawing of the site plan, missing the legend of the site statistics and the symbol legend. There is insufficient amount of time for myself and other residents of Kelson Avenue North to research the infractions and the proposed variances on paper or seek legal representation to properly prepare for a meeting that will 100% affect all of us. This is extremely unprofessional and not informing us or my neighbors of the proposed development sooner and with more details. I'm asking that you defer this meeting to a later date to give us all ample time to prepare. Regards, Catherine Greenfield and Ron Warmold. Now, with regards to some of the things that, excuse me, some of you that you have actually addressed, My neighbor, Fiona Muckle, she was able to contact someone from the town office, and we were able to get a better, more legible, including a legend site plans. But still, unfortunately, you required a magnifying glass to read it. I was able to determine that the building height of warehouse of building A is 13.72 meters, which in my mind is quite high. But one thing that has not been established, and it was on both the original site plan mailed to me and on this new site plan, is I have a retaining wall boxing me in of concrete. How high will that wall be? For starters, for my first question.
So, Catherine, which wall are you referring to? You're talking about the proposed retaining wall where, running from?
I am the box. I am the box. So
Okay.
my most westerly point of my property is going to butt up onto the easterly part of building A.
Right.
There is, you say that there's approximately 17 meters of space, but there's one thing also I couldn't also find out. Lot line distance. Could someone please explain that to me and what the minimal amount is according to the Town of Grimsby official plan?
Walter, I'm going to defer that to you. You're talking about the required setback?
Yes, like I object to the 70 meters.
So the 70, I'll let Walter answer that.
Well, I object to reducing the 70 meters, but
right.
Yes, majority of the noise is what you're saying is going to be on the west side of building A. However, I'm going to have a building for my sunset. I just want to know how high is that retaining wall also going to be? So when I look out my western windows, I am not going to be able to see my green space. I am not going to see my sunset. I'm going to be looking at a concrete wall and a metal side building. Can someone please tell me how high that retaining wall is going to be?
Walter? I'll let staff answer that, Catherine.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know the details, but the retaining wall will range in height from one side of the lot, depending on how far you are from Kelson Avenue to the back, and down the southerly side of your lots. I don't have the numbers offhand, but it is substantial, and this is something that does concern staff, and is something that we'll be addressing through our comments and review of the site plan.
Okay. Another question that I have, and it has been mentioned by Marcus, sound studies, vibration studies, parking studies. Why were these not included to us? Even the preliminary findings, why were these not included to us with the initial packet of information? And also, parking municipality, 7 other municipalities, Walter, as you indicated in a previous email to Michaela, were also studied using their, I guess, population status. What was the population of those municipalities?
I'll let Walter answer that, or I think you're referring to the parking ratios required for the use. Right, so the reduction is for a use. So typically manufacturing use requires more parking per square foot or per square meter than straight warehousing, which doesn't have as many employees. So I'm assuming Walter can address that in the in their report, that the proposed uses in here are going to be strictly warehousing versus a heavy intensive employee-based manufacturing use. So the request is for reduction in parking per square meter because of the type of uses that are going inside. Is that okay? Does that summarize it, Walter?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, our memo to the committee addresses parking in the sense that the applicants have justified a reduction in parking for warehouse uses. However, if there are other uses that would occupy the building, we would recommend that the regular parking requirement apply. in our zoning bylaw. But I believe the question was, what is the average size of the municipalities that were compared in the parking study? I don't know. I'm guessing they're substantially larger than Grimsby. I don't know if that's the nut of the comment that you have. Marcus, maybe you can address that in a little more detail.
I Googled it tonight, and I know that the population of Grimsby is currently 31,320. Were any of the municipalities close to that population?
The municipalities that were compared in the parking study?
Yes.
I really don't know what the relevance of that is.
I was going to ask the same. What's the relevance between the population of a municipality with a parking reduction? I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, because that is leading up into my next question. A traffic study. I live opposite Andrew Peller. I am familiar with all their transports coming and going, as there is a loading dock right opposite my northern part of my property. And numerous times, Kelson Avenue North is congested with trucks backing in and out of the warehouses. Others jockeying for position to be next into one of the 4 bays in the loading area. And then not only that, but there is a rear entrance to the loading scales and everything else. And even during crush season, there are transports that come in and out. But on the off crush season, there are tons of transports that come in and out. There is a lot of staff vehicles that are coming in and out. And then also municipality vehicles that are coming out, i.e. garbage trucks, different service vehicles. Kelson Avenue North has seen a great deal of increase in traffic with the subdivision that's going in on the other side of this railroad tracks. There is an access to Kelson Avenue North, so there's more traffic coming down. I'm concerned about all those extra cars that are going to be coming in and out of that parking lot. And how congested is Kelson Avenue going to get? And will I ever get out of my driveway trying to get to work? Let alone the safety of residents that enjoy going for a walk.
All right, thank you for those comments. Did you have another question or comments? I'm going to just move on to the next. There's a few other people that'd like to speak.
I also, I want to address the fact that you have also stated the noise is going to be more or less in between the 2 buildings. However, sound carries. The other thing I'm concerned about is with regards to, with me being boxed in, I have a lack of airflow. I've lost my green space view. I work in a high stress environment. My backyard is my sanctuary. I get to look at a box now. So that's going to be detrimental to my own mental health. Also, you are also devaluing my real estate value if I ever choose to actually sell my house now. And then finally, did you have a comment or question? Pardon me here for one moment. I just want to look over something. The other thing I'm also concerned about is also with being boxed in, lack of airflow, my utility bills are going to go up. I'm going to be boxed in. I'm going to be increasing my hydro bill for my AC usage. And also at the same time, agricultural wise, we have a garden. We enjoy growing our own vegetables. With the amount of concrete and pavement and stuff used over the winter time to keep those driveways and parking lots clear, that's going to seep into the soil, which is going to affect my gardening. Your stormwater management. Also, how are you going to guarantee I don't get flooded out? So those are also some concerns I really have with this property going in.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Catherine. I'm going to move along to the next person here, Fiona. I just see a Fiona M on the screen. So,
hi, Mr. Speaker. My name's Brad Paswisti. Fiona set this up for me. I'm not very savvy on the computer, so
no problem.
I'm representing my mother, 251 Patricia Paswisti, that lives at 251 Kelson. And I'm right next to Catherine and Ron. Couple things. First of all, I also did send Michaela a letter stating my disgust at 7 days of notice for this meeting. I'm going to give you a little background. I've been making phone calls to the town this year, 12 months ago, 8 months ago, and 6 months ago. And I spoke to Janelle. I said, I'd like to know what's happening with the property. Do you know if anyone's buying it? If anything's going on, is anything being planned? She politely said, I'm not sure, sir. I will get right back to you if you could wait. She got me off hold. Absolutely nothing's happening right now. So either you've told her to lie to me or she's not allowed to tell me. Now that is my number one issue, is that the secrecy of this whole, everything that's happening right now has been going on for clearly a year or a year and a half. And I don't understand why the residents weren't consulted anywhere in this planning, anywhere, no discussion, nothing. So now we're here 7 days after we get a letter. And this is just for a variance, but this has brought up all kinds of questions, which I would like answered before any of this goes to shovel. So first of all, I needed to speak to Marcus's comments. He did say that when he spoke of buffers, they're proposing only. There's nothing in the town's plan that said they have to. So I would like to know, first question, because Marcus is going by the rules of the town plan, when does the town step in and say, no, this isn't acceptable? Or, oh, sorry, they didn't, you know what, they didn't do it. Too bad, so sad. They're apologizing, it's all good. So that's my first question to someone in the town.
Okay, do you want to go through all your questions and then we'll let the town staff?
No, I have, no, we're going to be here for a while. I have a lot of questions.
Oh, one at a time? Okay, Walter, I'll let town staff respond, Brad.
Pardon me?
I'm going to let town staff respond, okay? The committee is not, the committee is not town staff, just so you know. We're citizen appointees. We're 5 citizen appointees of the town. We're not town staff, so, but town staff are here. We have Walter Basic and Bernie from the engineering or public works department. So,
okay,
thanks. Go ahead, Walter.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I don't recall what you said about when you called to find out what was happening in the area, but we don't, when particularly with regard to site plan applications. Site plan applications don't involve public information, and it's not until a site plan application is actually made that we can provide information to any area residents about what's going on. So we've had discussions prior to the submission of the site plan application. We had a pre-consultation meeting with the applicants, actually quite a while back. At the time, they weren't really sure what they were doing. But the pre-consultation process is, again, just a meeting that enables the municipality to explain to the applicant what the town and region and any other agencies that would be involved in the review of the application would require with the submission. But it's not until the application is submitted and it's deemed a complete application that it's actually public information.
Okay, thank you. So the other thing I was just wondering, again.
You did something about
notice
requirements. Oh, the notice. Yeah, the
notice.
Yeah, we were following the requirements of the Planning Act with regard to notices for variance applications. So that's basically what we do there for this particular process. So in other words, you can assume that somebody can build on a lot and develop a use on a lot that you abut, as long as they meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw. And the proposal meets all of the requirements of the zoning bylaw with the exception of these 2 issues, which is the amount of parking they're providing. And again, they provided the supporting study to demonstrate that the amount of parking that they're providing is adequate for the uses that they're proposing. And then the reduction in the setback. Again, this is the only property in Grimsby where this setback was introduced, the 70-meter setback. And it was intended to be, because it was unknown, it's a very large lot. There could have been potentially noise generating uses like a manufacturing use, things like that, where the noise could be coming from the building itself. And so not knowing what the use was, the town put in a setback of 70 meters. just to cover everything.
So I guess,
but now they have submitted a site plan. We know where, based on the site plan, where what points on the lot the noise will be generated from, which is primarily the unloading area between the two buildings. And they have identified what mitigation measures are required to bring the site into conformity with the acceptable levels of noise generation from the site. I hope that answers some of the questions you've already had.
Sure, and thank you very much. And I also, as Catherine had stated, I'd like to get all the documents of all the studies you've done from all the different organizations, whether it be the region, the town, the Escarpment Commission. I would like all those documents to review, and especially the noise company that Mark has hired. Any of these individuals that have been hired to help them with their site plan, I would like those documents to look over myself. And again, before anything happens or any discussion or decision on what we're talking about tonight is rectified, I'd like all of us to be able to come into some type of agreement.
So Walter, who represents the town's interest when a site plan, because there is no public process per se, like this is a zoning request otherwise, or a minor variance request, otherwise there wouldn't be a public circulation process like a zoning bylaw amendment. But in the case of a site plan, we know there's no public circulation or notice. Who represents the town's interest then? Is it all of council, committee, staff? Like maybe you can enlighten the members of the public on that issue.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we have policies in place in our official plan that direct staff to ensure that any new development is compatible and doesn't cause any undue hardships on neighboring properties, whether they're conforming or illegal non-conforming, like the existing residences in that area are. So the first thing we have to recognize is that the primary use for this area is industrial. General industrial is the zoning. The residential lots are zoned general industrial. The residential uses are not permitted uses in this area. So it's although they're legal non-conforming, we still have to do our due diligence with respect to making sure that whatever is being developed is compatible with the uses that are there. So we look at various things like noise. We look at the design of the site to make sure that the design doesn't cause any undue influence or undue negative impact. Sorry. The height of the building, we look at angular planes to make sure that there isn't significant overshadowing. Sufficient amount of sunlight is available to backyards as we look at lot grading, drainage, stormwater management to make sure that abutting properties aren't negatively impacted by changes in grades and drainage. So these kinds of things are addressed through the site plan process. The site plan process, like you said, is not a public process per se, in the sense that we have a public meeting. We tell everybody well in advance of the public meeting and we ask for input. It's only when there's a change in a zoning regulation, either through a zoning change or a minor variance, that we do that. But once staff review the site plans based on our official plan policies, and we get input from the various agencies, like the region looks after Ministry of Environment guidelines for noise mitigation. The Ministry of Transportation has to make sure that their assets aren't negatively impacted by traffic and by stormwater effluent. We have our engineering department that looks after on-site drainage. We also look at traffic to make sure that the road system can adequately support the proposed use. The service road is a regional road, so there are two jurisdictions that are looking at the traffic study, as well as Ministry of Transportation. Ultimately, all this review by all of the agencies will be summarized in a staff report and we'll identify all these issues that people have raised tonight. And they are also the issues that we normally look at when we review these applications. And we present it to council, and council will make the decision following our recommendation whether to approve it with modifications, or refuse it. And then council makes the decisions, and ultimately council represents the residents of Grimsby when it comes to matters of this kind.
Yeah, so just as a reminder too, Brad, that this committee here, the 5 members that you're sitting in front of that they're applying to, are only dealing with the 2 requests, and that's the reduction in parking, okay, that they're requesting, and the reduction in the side yard that we've identified, the 12 meter and the 17 meter. So those are the only 2 issues that this committee is dealing with. Now, obviously that kind of leads into other potential issues that we're aware of and we're taking into account, but we're not dealing with all the other site plan issues. That's council's purview, that's staff's purview, that they're going to deal with that separately. This meeting tonight is only for the 2 requests, okay? That's the parking and the 12 meter setback request, just for clarification.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I just a quick summary of a couple of items then.
Yeah.
If I could get a contact name of someone I could ask at the town to get more of this information that I've requested, who would I go to for that?
Probably Walter to start, and then he could direct you if it's specific to an issue.
Okay, and then
right, we'll provide you with a contact. It's actually Adam Gimac. He's the planner that's been assigned to this file, and I think Michaela has your email address, so we'll be able to provide you with the contact info, and he can provide you with the backgrounds and documents that you're asking for.
And I think maybe, Brad, just to address your comment earlier about not to defend staff necessarily, but I know you were inquiring about is anything going on, I did search the Geo Warehouse record. It was only acquired last July. So these people have only owned it for 6-7 months. Okay, it doesn't mean they couldn't have talked earlier, but the actual transfer of the property only occurred in July. So, you know, that tells me it's fairly fresh application. And I don't know how long the property's been zoned industrial, including your property and the other properties on Kelson. You're all zoned, as Walter alluded to, GE, General Industrial, I believe. So the neighborhood is transitioning to industrial uses for everybody, including your properties as well. So you are a permitted use, obviously, but it's the intent that it transitions to industrial on this area north of the tracks.
It's actually, it's under my impression, it's always been light industrial for, let me see, my grandmother sold the said property in 1975. And when Mr. Deans bought it, it became light industrial. So GE is actually general employment, as you're saying. So I don't know if it carries any industrial designation at all in any form now. But again, we knew this was going to happen someday. I'm, as I say, speaking up for my mother. My grandparents lived in Catherine's house. They owned the farm. I grew up there. My dad built the house my mother's in, which I'm speaking about. So, you know, of course, she wants to stay, and as Catherine does. We just want to make sure that things are comfortable for us and for my mother and them living cohesively with this company. And I'm putting my words in that I don't like the variance. I think it's should stay with the original bylaw. I don't think we should be changing it. There's a lot of land there. They can certainly give up that extra space to keep the bylaw in place as it should be. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you for your comments. Let's go around to, I'm just going to go through the public first if I can, Herb and Adam, unless you really need to feel that you've got to interject now, if that's okay. Okay. I have a Mr. Zimmerman.
Yes, there. Thank you very much. When I first saw this.
Oh, sorry. Could we just get your address, Mr. Zimmerman?
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Yes, 27 Oriole Crescent.
27 Oriole.
Oriole Crescent. And I'm here with Pat, the owner of the house. When I first bought on 27 Oriole Crescent, I should tell you that I looked up the street and saw the nice escarpment, and down the street I could see the lake and the CN Tower in the distance. And shortly thereafter,
we ended up with a huge warehouse blocking our view. I've always been interested in Grimsby and the beauty thereof, and I can well understand how Pat, who's been living here, has reason to be concerned. Can I proceed?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, when I saw it saying minor variance from the 70 meters to the 20.85, I thought, geez, you know, if your advisor phoned you and said your $70,000 went down to $12,085, would that be minor? Or if your doctor were to tell you that if your lifestyle didn't change as a kid, your lifespan would be reduced from 70 down to 1285. So if this is minor, and we're talking about the rear of the property and the footage there, I find it interesting that we have here 31.5 acres. And given that size, we have 66,370.54 square meters of building structure. And with that size of the acreage, that we have to have buildings that are that huge, as Brad was pointing out, this area, from my past knowledge, was light industrial. And the question that, first of all, I need to have is that it was mentioned that the public is not part of the process. Well, when Mr. Deans owned the property, I was part of the group that was present at the town, and we were very much involved. As a matter of fact, we had several meetings, and the last meeting we had, which was led by Debbie, was up in Niagara. And it would be interesting, since Brad was asking about some of the documentation, to perhaps revisit the conclusion, the recommendations, and so forth that were made at that time, because they would perhaps be useful here. Would you not agree with that?
I would defer that to staff. You're talking about the rezoning at the time when the region brought this in for a light industrial use? I'm assuming.
Under the ownership of Mr. Deans, there were structures planned to be put in.
Oh, okay.
And so that was what was reviewed, you know, at the town, you know. And so at that time too, I and others wrote our names and so forth, and we got mail from the town for some time as a response to our interest in knowing what's happening in the town. And the town therewith was giving us the confidence, us the undersigned, that the town had a great interest in input. And so when I look at this, arriving, as I say, in a short time span, okay, my complaint is similar to, you know, what's the rush here? Is a big fish swallowing the small fish? I thought the big fish would be here to help coordinate something that is reasonable. And in this case, we don't see the houses in part on there, but Peller across the street, you know, has a huge building site. And I don't know if any of your people have taken a walk around here to really see what you're looking at. But we've had the manager of Peller over one day, invited him over, and I said to him, I said, see on the counter, there's your wine. I said, your bottle of wine is in PEI, your bottle of wine is in BC and in Europe. And I said, when we meet here to have Christmas dinner or Thanksgiving, look what we have to look at out the window, because right across the street is his scrapyard, dumpsters and so forth. And I got a blank look, you know, and I said, look, I took a picture. This is the picture that I took. I'm happy to give it to the town. I said, I bet your wife would have a conniption if she had to look at this. Now, I hadn't seen anyone come from the town ever to check to see how the niceties are around here, because this household is immaculate, you know. And so I said, the least they could do is put up some cedar. Now, they did do that. They're relatively small, and because it didn't water them, they died. So whatever, looking at this project here and the setback, if this is minimal variance, I would ask that you reconsider since 70 is minimal. You're not
Okay.
that generous when there's a driveway going through there, you know.
Okay. Mr. Zimmerman, I didn't catch, I know you said 26 Oriole, but I'm
No,
assuming.
27.
27. But you're sitting at Kelson, I'm assuming.
I'm with Pat right here. She's been ill.
Okay,
And
sorry,
I'm-
what address is that, Pat?
251 Kelson. She's right
251.
here.
Thank you, that helps.
Yeah, sorry.
You had me confused there.
Oh, sorry.
All right, got it.
I guess we're both a bit confused. But anyway, so the chokehold is what I'm alluding to. And I think the others are worried about it too. I mean, there's good property here. There's nature here. We know that things change, but to what degree is there any kind of a bone that's thrown that shows goodwill? I mean, certainly it wasn't goodwill when this notice came with a big surprise. We thought it was a Valentine's card, and I didn't get one, you know. And when we say suddenly that there's no public input, there's something badly wrong with that. Because I was saying to myself, where was it in the newspaper ever? And what would be the reason for not wanting to have the input, you know?
Well, if they meet the zoning bylaw, there would be no public input. So the public input, again, relates to only these two issues, the parking reduction and the 70-meter setback. So you are being heard, and I get it. It sounds like a short time period, but the legislation is 10-day circulation for minor variances. I get it. There's an interpretation or a subjective nature about minor, what is minor, and how can we mitigate it? So that's what we're going to try to do, or address it, or through questions and comments. But I'm going to move on now because there's a few other people. If you don't mind, I'm going to go down the list.
Oh, I know you're in a hurry. I can see
No,
that.
I'm not in a hurry.
I know it.
Go ahead, Clarence.
Big fish.
Hello.
Go ahead, Clarence.
Yeah. Overall, my biggest concern is the drainage of the three properties. It would be, I live at 213. My son has 215, and there's Amy and Trevor at 219. And I'm looking at the drainage. Our properties, all three of our properties pretty well drain water through the subject land that we're talking about here. I'm just wondering if that's been taken in consideration of this. And also the parking on towards Kelson Avenue. I see that they have over about 100 docks on these two buildings. And the parking, I don't see no extra parking for any transport trucks if they're not the docks. Where are they going to go?
Okay, I'm going to start with a drainage question to Bernie, because we have Bernie's from Public Works, so he can deal with the drainage issue. And then the parking, I'll have the applicant address your concern about the parking. Bernie? Sure. If you don't mind, Clarence, can you just put it on mute just in case we get feedback loop? Thanks.
Through you, Chair, the applicant has provided a site plan for the town to review. One of the key elements when we review engineering would be external drainage areas, internal and external drainage areas. So it'll be cognizant in looking into every aspects of drainage. And you are correct, it does drain northerly, and the team will be looking into that as well too.
Thank you. And the other question was regarding maybe one of the representatives of the owner can address the truck parking. Marcus?
Sure. So as Walter indicated previously, you know, there is the opportunity of locating new space for new parking, which may include this transportation parking. However, it's not noted on our plan right now. However, it's not actually a requirement per the zoning bylaw. So that's what I can add to that. I'm not sure if one of the owners, maybe Manish, want to add on to that question.
Manish, did you wish to add?
Sorry, this is Manish and Blackwood. At this point in time, we don't have a tenant, so we don't know what the use is. But what we will ensure is that there will be proper noise mitigation there will be proper, circulation on site to ensure that, there is safe, let's call it circulation between employees and traffic. And so, that is what we will guarantee for sure. And I'm definitely, happy to answer any other questions that you guys have in terms of what we contemplate in terms of this development.
Okay, thank you. Where was I? Clarence, did you have any other questions or comments, or can I move on to, I don't know if there's anybody else in the.
I had one more thing, like the building A, they have on the south end of the building A, they have a driveway there. How can we be ensured that there's no tractor trailers going through there all night long?
Manish, can you address that? Did you hear the question?
I did. Can somebody throw up the plan? The way we've designed the plan is that there's going to be a common drive aisle, which services both buildings. And that's our intent. Yes, there you go. And so when we design these buildings and these sites, what we intend is that, and not only intend, but what we ensure is that there is complete separation of employee traffic counts in terms of traffic as well as truck traffic. So if you look at building B, you've got all of the employee traffic on the north, plan north, plan north, all the employee traffic's there, and plan south, you've got all the employee traffic there. The truck traffic is only in the center. So we've been through this, several times. We've done this through multiple municipalities, and we will be on side with what's required by the MECP, which is, the criteria that's required for noise. We will be on side for traffic as well.
Okay, thank you. Just a question for you as the owner. Any attempt to acquire these additional properties to incorporate them into your plan?
That's
not to scare the residents, but I look at that and going, it seems to be a natural that eventually they would somehow be incorporated into an industrial use of some sort. But has there been any? I'm just curious.
In full, to be fully open, we have tried. We have not succeeded, and but we will. Yes, we're definitely open to the concept of, squaring off the site and picking up more land.
Okay, Clarence, did you have any other questions, or that was it?
I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Then I'm going to go back to the committee. I think I covered all the public. I'm just going to make sure here. I think so. Then I'm going to start with Herb. Herb, you had your hand up.
Sorry, Kevin. There's also Trevor.
Oh, sorry, Trevor.
Sorry, I got my hand up earlier. I thought we were just going through everybody.
Yeah, no problem.
First off, I mean, well,
sorry, can we just get your name and address for the record?
Trevor Goddard, 219 Kelson.
Thank you.
So we are the lot that is I guess to the south of Clarence's two pieces of property, right where the long driveway runs along from Kelson into the back of those buildings.
Farmhouse.
The farmhouse. So I guess the first couple things, I mean, I'm going to kind of echo what a bunch of my neighbors have said and their concerns with respect to truck traffic, regular traffic. The noise, I mean, I know you guys are mentioning noise with just respect to truck traffic alone. I mean, we all know warehouses have fork trucks, beepers, and a 24-hour operation. That, I mean, we can hear power beeper trucks going on all night long. I mean, I don't really want to hear more of that as well. So again, the noise is of huge concern. And of course, the driveway going up alongside my house. I mean, our property right now, or our house lies pretty much right on the property line. And it really appears as if that driveway is right against my house. The drainage portion of it, again, mimicking what Clarence is saying, all our stuff does go out there as well, but we are already in a lowland. I mean, last 2-3 years, I mean, in the fall, we can't even cut our grass. It's wet enough as it is right now, let alone when you start putting buildings, they're probably going to be above our grade, just sheltering water off in our direction. And then I guess kind of to get to the bulk of it, of what you're here to ask about, the minimum variance. I mean, yes, it is a very vague reasoning of minimum. I mean, you're going for almost less than 20% of what the bylaw is right now. I don't see that as a minimum. And I don't see how it pertains to just one part of the land as opposed to the back lot of my two neighbors down the road. So I will say, yeah, I am against going through with the variance in both counts.
So if I can say something, obviously through the chair.
Yep.
Trevor, what I would submit is that what we are proposing is actually going to be an improvement to the general area for 100% in terms of noise and in terms of traffic. So I think what we're, we can have other discussions, offsite or offline with yourselves or with other people who, with the residents, but we're definitely not here to make things more egregious. We're actually, what we're proposing and the way what it is that we're proposing it is actually supposed to be a better situation than what you have right now.
So putting parking lots and truck traffic going through right beside my house is going to make things better now than what it is already. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what you're hearing.
Interesting.
Well, because there are certain things that are permitted as of right. And so what we're suggesting is let us develop something that is permissible. However, let us do it in a way that is better for the community as a whole. And Blackwood, we're here as a long-term developer. We're not a merchant, get in, get out developer. We're here for the long term. We're going to be a member of the community. So, my proposition would be that what we're suggesting is not to be proposing something that would be egregious or, something otherwise to your current living condition. We will improve it.
Okay, Trevor, did you have more questions or comments?
No, I'll kind of go with that because I know you guys want to move on. I know what the two main key things were here tonight, and I think I spoke my piece on those too.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Brad, I'm going to go to you and then we'll circulate back to the committee members. Go ahead, Brad.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions then to what you were just saying. I don't anticipate what usage you would have for the building then, whether it would be a 24/7 operation. You don't have that information yet, I don't think, Marcus.
Where's Marcus?
As Manish mentioned, we don't actually have a tenant secured for the site yet, so we're not too sure.
Okay, and then to Manish's comment about I believe the chairman asked about trying to buy the said properties. My mother did tell me that she got 2 phone calls. I said, what did they say? And she said, oh, the first person said were in to see if I wanted to sell my house. Who was it? Oh, I don't know. They didn't leave their name. Okay, so that's fine. And it's a buyer's seller's market. So we thought it was some real estate agent. And then there was a second call 3 or 4 weeks later. Somebody else called and wanted to buy the property. So, well, that's kind of odd. Who are they? Well, I don't know. Nobody left a number. So just for your information, if that's the way you're trying to buy them, I find that quite humorous, actually, because that wasn't really trying to buy someone's property and not leaving your information. That's not much of a trying, I think.
Well, you know what? If there was a disconnect, my apologies. There should not have been 2 agents. If that happened, that's nothing that came from Blackwood. And given the fact that we're on this call together, you definitely have my contact information. If not, please connect with Marcus, and he's definitely got my information. But our intent is not to develop properties in a way where we have to protect for your, where we have to take away your property. What we've presented is going to be a site plan. It's going to be a site design, which 100% will account for and considerate your current use of your property. The fact that we're willing to buy your property, that's ancillary. We're happy to do it. And the fact that perhaps there was some misconnect there is, again, ancillary. But we're not looking for that to be a requirement for development.
Of course not. And so just again, I know we've been here a long time. So in conclusion, though, I think comments about the betterment of the area and the betterment of people here is absolutely inadequate. I would say to the people present, please think about the people that live on the street. The corporation can back it off and not take away that extra space that was in a bylaw already. Don't change the bylaw to make a provision for someone to take away from the residents that have lived there all their lives and continue to want to live there, even though you're coming in. Just make it comfortable for everyone, so that it would be a great injustice if you gave that extra, if you allowed it to happen for them to reduce that, that's a grave injustice. So thank you very much for hearing me out.
Okay, thank you, Brad. I'm going to go to Herb now. Herb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple questions. The first one is there's been a couple of suggestions that the notice wasn't sent out according to the requirements. I was just wondering if the people that are on the Zoom tonight could look at the date that's on the top of their notice, and the requirement is 10 days before the meeting. Now, this is the 15th, so it should have been sent out or dated the 5th or before, and whether the post office or that takes a week or 10 days to deliver it, that's not the issue with the committee and the notification. So if you could take a look at the top, if it's been dated before 10 days before this, then the town and the committee has met the requirements of the act. And so that's my first question or comment. The second comment is the property on the southwest corner of Kelson and the service road. It says future development. What exactly is that for?
Who are you asking, Herb? Is that to Walter? Southwest corner?
The northwest corner of a South Service Road and Kelso. It says on the plan that was submitted, future development, SWM.
No,
I
that's
believe.
That's stormwater management facility, I think. Is that what you mean?
Okay, yeah.
That's the storm pond.
So what exactly is that going to be? That is going to be a permanent storm pond then? That's to Public Works.
Yeah. Bernie or Marcus?
Yeah,
Marcus. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah. So the swim pond we're implementing is on the north east corner of the property. That's going to control any of the drainage that the site may increase of the actual rainwater and stormwater management.
So yes, well, Herb, that'll be a permanent storm pond.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's going to be additional requirements for fencing and so forth around that pond?
As per town policy, yes.
Okay, it won't be coming back to the committee?
No. Adam, Herb, did you have any other questions? Adam, you had your hand up. Oh, you're on mute, Adam, sorry. Still.
Oh, he's still on mute.
There we go.
There you go. Use the buttons and the space bar. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the first is a question to the consultant, Mr. Martins. Did you supply the noise study and the parking study with the minor variance application?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you supplied the noise and parking study with the minor variance application, because we actually didn't receive it.
Yeah, we supplied both the noise study and the parking study as per the minor variance application.
Okay, I guess a comment maybe to planning would be, given the nature of the variances requested, it'd be beneficial if we had those reports to actually look at, because I think they would address some of the questions we have. So my other comment is in regards to the residents. I recognize the position they're in. They're, I guess, feeling boxed in a little bit. I almost feel like the way, rezoning and everything, it's almost a punitive measure in that, they were there first, and so when the applicant bought the property, they kind of knew the constraints of the lot and the fact there was residential around there. So I don't know, it's just kind of it's a tough call. It's a tough call. Thank you.
Well, again, through the chair, and this is Minesh speaking in from Blackwood. Adam, I think you made a very good point, which is the development of the property should not adversely impact the current residents and other business owners in and around our property. And so, and that definitely is not, first of all, our intent. And secondly, I think that's something that we can do during the site plan application process. So I think what we're asking for here is to advance site plan. However, we are not suggesting in any way or form that we would adversely impact your living experience, given the fact that we're developing and given the fact that we are asking for a bit of a reduction in the setbacks.
Okay. Oh, Adam, sorry.
Sorry, I thought I just might add. Further to
Marcus, yeah,
point,
go ahead.
Sorry. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Adam. The uses are permitted within the OP and the zoning. We are abiding to the zoning bylaw, except for those two requirements, which we are requesting today through the minor variance. We note that the reduction will also include some compatibility, which is going to be addressed through the site plan by implementing those things that we previously discussed, like the landscape buffers and also the noise mitigations, which will meet the requirements of the MECP and also the requirements laid out by the town and the region. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear, that we are going to be addressing those requirements through our site plan application.
Yeah, those are legally required. They're we cannot get away from them.
Okay,
Adam, sorry, did you have your hand up again, or?
Sorry, I forgot to take it down.
Oh, okay, no problem. Trevor still has his hand up, but I don't know if that was Trevor. Did you have another question, or was it just left up from before?
I was just holding it up. Sorry about that.
No, no problem. No problem.
Okay, I also felt Mr. Zimmerman has a comment or question to add.
Yep, Mr. Zimmerman had his hand up physically.
Yeah, but he seems to be a mute.
Sorry. Yeah,
it's okay.
Yeah, just curious, the pond or whatever you call it that's up the street from us, I noticed that they have put an aeration system in it. And I was just wondering if in part of the plan that you've got that the water accumulation, however the amount would be, would need to have something of that, and what your objective might be to control that situation, because I know up the street it turned pretty ugly there for a while because of the summer heat and so forth. You get the algae, it's not aerated. Is there something that is planned for that, or it's minor in this discussion, but it might be something that you want to consider in any case.
Thank you for that comment. So I'm going to add some comments too, and I know it's getting late, and I don't want to rush it. We've heard that over and over, and I think given, and it's a tough one, like Adam said, this is a tough situation because you've got residents that have been there for a long time. However, they are the legal non-conforming use, so they're allowed to continue. But obviously the intent of the neighborhood is to transition towards industrial. So unfortunately, you get these situations where you get a conflict where the big industrial user comes in first, and then you start to get these compatibility issues where you see them all over other municipalities where growth is occurring. Milton is one example where there's houses around and these factory or these large warehouses go up. So, I guess the attempt here is to balance the needs of the industrial users, that's a permitted use, but also recognize that there's some compatibility issues. So I would suggest maybe that we defer this request and give the owners and the residents some time to maybe work out some, give the residents a time or a chance to have some influence onto some of these things that are obviously impacting their living environment for the next or the foreseeable future while they're still there. And maybe the owners can come up with another alternative or a solution, or maybe give a chance to illustrate what kind of buffering rather than just showing it on a screen in a 1 hour meeting that they've only just heard about. So that's just a suggestion from me as a chair. I don't know if somebody wants to make that motion. I'm not saying turn it down. I still think it's a reasonable attempt to maybe mitigate some of their concerns and come back at the next meeting. Or maybe, who knows, maybe all the properties we bought out by then. Who knows?
Can I suggest? Sorry, so it's Manish speaking here.
Yep.
Can I suggest not deferring the motion, given the fact that this is an industrial use and we are at the table and we're more than willing to speak to all of the, residents, neighbors, all of our friends. If we're all on board, I would suggest let this go through, and to whomever has any questions, I am more than available.
Well, it's going to be up to the committee to make that recommendation. So I'm going to leave it to Brad. I'll give you one more chance, and then we're going to move to a motion here, or a suggested motion. I'm going to call for it from the committee. So go ahead, Brad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just a quick thing. First of all, when Marcus was speaking, he said we're following all the guidelines. Marcus, you're not, because you're asking for something that's not in the town's plan. So this is something you've come to the table to this group of people asking for it to be changed. If you want to follow the plan, you follow it the way the town has provided, and you change your plan and you do it in a different way that's going to go with the rules that are in place. You don't come into the group and change the rules. That's what you're asking. You're wanting to change the rules for your good, not for the good of the neighbors. So I just want to say that that's, again, I had to say that because you're not playing nice with neighbors because you want to change something for your good when you don't live here, you don't live in the area. It's a place of, it's business for you. That's all it is. So thank you very much again, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for taking your time.
Oh, no problem. That's what we're here for. So Adam?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just taking into consideration those comments. I do appreciate that the applicant wants to reach out to the community, but after this is passed, I don't think it's the appropriate order of operations. So I'd like to put a motion to defer this.
Herb, you had your hand up. So before I call for a seconder. Where'd you go?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I was just going to say, if you want, you could make the motion and second it if you'd like.
But well, it's okay. We got a mover from Adam. So are you going to second it then to defer? Where'd you go? Did you say yes? Are you Herb?
No, I'm waiting for a seconder.
Oh, okay. A seconder.
I will second.
Danielle.
It has to be members of the committee to second. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm looking for one somewhere. Okay, so we got to move a second. Any further comments or questions on this?
You don't have a seconder yet.
Yeah.
Yes, Danielle. I second Herb.
Danielle did. Any comments or questions?
No.
All those in favor to defer? Any opposed, if any? Was passed. So it is deferred. You've got a chance to maybe work out some of the issues that come up with an alternative. And then I guess your prerogative is to come back at the next meeting. If no change, then we can go for the vote for the request as you submit or revise at that time. So thank you for coming out.
I think, sorry, Mr. Chair, that would be an defer indefinitely to Adam, who made the motion.
Yep. Adam?
Yes, I'm agreeable to that.
No, well, listen, greatly appreciate everybody's time tonight, and I'm sure we'll be talking together soon.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
Will we get notification from you then, Mr. Speaker? Sorry.
It will be deferred, and then yes, Walter's saying yes. If it comes back on another meeting, you'll get circulated again.
Thank you.
Okay, and we'll make sure it's the 10 days plus.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, take care.
Okay, we have one more application this evening. And that is for 260 and 270 Hunter Road. If they're still with us, you can bring them in. So we've got Matt Johnson. So Matt, before we're just going to have Michaela outline the application, and then we'll open it up to do your presentation if you've got one as well.
Thank you.
Michaela?
The application being heard now is B0122 for 260 and 270 Hunter Road. So the application is to sever lands known as 270 Hunter Road, which is parts 6 to 11 on the submitted plan, and retain the lands known as 260 Hunter Road, which is parts 1 to 5, subject to the proposed easements described as follows. So part 1 is 260 Hunter, the retained parcel owned by 34 West Avenue North, Hamilton Inc. Part 2 is 260 Hunter, subject to easements in favor of 270 Hunter for storm services. Part 3, 260 Hunter, subject to easements in favor of 270 for storm and sanitary services. Part 4, 260 Hunter, subject to easements in favor of 270 Hunter for access, storm, and sanitary services. Part 5, 260 Hunter, subject to easements in favor of 270 for storm services. Part 6, from 1 meter below grade and above, owned by 270 Hunter, subject to above grade easements in favor of 260 for access and storm services. Below grade, owned by 260, with support and easements in favor of 270 for storm and water services, utilities, access, and maintenance. Part 70, 270 Hunter, subject to easements in favor of 260 for storm services, utilities, and maintenance. Part 8, from 1 meter below grade and above, is owned by 270 Hunter, subject to easements in favor of 260 Hunter for storm services, maintenance, access, and exclusive use parking. Below grade, owned by 260 Hunter, with support and easements in favor of 270 Hunter for water services, utilities, maintenance, and access. Part 9 is 270 Hunter Road, which is the severed parcel. Part 10, 270 Hunter, subject to easement in favor of 260 Hunter for storm services. Part 11, 270, subject to easement in favor of 260 Hunter for storm services and access. So here is the submitted site plan. It's the same one as circulated on the notice. Aerial view to show the context of the surrounding area. For correspondence from planning. Planning staff do not support the application as proposed, as they do not fully comply with the town's official plan requirements for site plan approvals. And they reference to Public Works. From Public Works, just briefly, because I know Bernie is in the meeting tonight. Ultimately, it's not supported by Public Works either, and they offer 3 recommendations. From Niagara Region, there's no comments. From the Conservation Authority, no objections. From Heritage, no comments. From Grimsby Power, they have no comments for the proposed severance, as the owner has already committed to comply with Grimsby Power's 1 service per property condition. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela. Matt, you're here representing the owner, I presume. Would you like to make a presentation, or do you have one for?
Yes, I'm just going to pull that out.
Oh, okay. Just give us a second here.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Michaela. You could quickly jump to the next slide. So for those that don't know, I'm Matt Johnston, a registered professional planner with Urban Solutions. Here on behalf of the owner, 34 West Avenue, which is better known as the local LiUNA branch. If we could go to the next slide. Michaela gave a good orientation of the subject lands. What's important to know for starters, just when we get into the subject lands, is that What we did do is go through a recent site plan approval where the previous use, Westbrook, was abandoned, acquired by LiUNA, and that's when the work started to reestablish the uses in this facility. So the LiUNA training facility is now up and operating out of the southerly building, and the northerly building was retrofitted for a brewery. And we do have final site plan approval for that. We had building permits issued in the normal fashion. And sorry, I'm getting a little bit out of sorts, but if we could go to the next slide, Michaela. A quick reminder for those that don't know who LiUNA is. It's the Laborers International Union of North America. The chapter that operates the training facility is LiUNA Local 830 property lines. And certainly it is the norm. It may be relatively new to Grimsby, but certainly a stratified reference plan is par for the course in more complicated, more dense environments. And it's a strategy that we're putting forward to the proposal here. So what we have, I think now we'll go to that stratified portion of the plan is really what's happening on the inserts on the right-hand side. So you have you have the ownership extending below grade and then reappearing on the north end of the site. So that's that stratified component. But really what the concerns are in the staff report really speak to servicing easements. And if we go to the next slide, what we have here is we say existing services, and what's really more correct to say is that they were the services in place at the time that we started. And we have our sanitary in red, we have our storm water in green, our domestic water in blue, and we have in yellow what's the previous sanitary service that actually ran from the larger building underneath the southerly building. Part of that site plan approval process abandoned that service, capped it, did all the right things to reorientate it outside and no longer encumber the building and take care of that sort of pre-existing problem. So an improvement that was made through the site plan process. And you'll see what's important to understand here too on the services when we think about these servicing easements, none of the easements or the services are actually shared directly. So the northerly building has direct water out to Hunter. Southerly building directly south to Industrial Drive. We have the sanitary lateral connections. None of them actually share that same service. You do see that in some instances where you've got multiple buildings on one parcel where you may get into a truly shared service. In this case, they all have direct laterals out to the municipal right-of-way. What's also important to note is that water is the only service that exists out on Hunter, which really means everything has to be somewhat oriented to the south. So what we're looking to do is really establish those easements to facilitate the severance. And why is the severance important? Really for two reasons. One, we heard first that there was a hydro issue, and Grimsby Power noted that when we went through site plan approval, the northerly building required its own transformer to provide that level of service. And you see in the comment that it was, they granted that additional transformer for the northerly building on the condition that it would be one service for one property. That was, again, that additional transformer was put forward on the assumption that this severance would be delivered and realized. So right now we've got two services with one property. So we're contravening Grimsby Power's expectation of the outcome that they approved through the site plan process. Secondly, it's important because the LiUNA local is an asset specific to it's the training facility. It's an asset to this very local. what's you may not understand is the broader pension fund that's associated with LIUNA. And the real intent here is to separate the locals' asset being their own training facility, to have ownership and title of that facility, and then Fengate, who is really the operators of the pension fund that's associated with the hard workers pension fund, wants to manage their asset, which would be the larger northerly building. So what we're really doing is helping facilitate the locals' objective of owning their own training facility, and then facilitating Fengate's good management of the balance of the facility. So the reason for the severance is twofold. Grimsby Power approved 2 services on the assumption we had 2 parcels, and then LIUNA and the Fengate management component of one asset versus the other. So it's important for their business purposes. If we could go to the next slide, Michaela, we can move through these fairly quickly. We know in the staff report we had 3 options presented to us. Our engineers have been in discussions with Bernie and staff, and the challenge with the first one is the gravity system just doesn't work to extend the service up Hunter as shown in yellow on the screen. Option 2 is another one presented by staff on the next slide, please. Again, a different extension of the same service, but I can assure you our engineers, S. Llewellyn Associates, have done a lot of work in the municipality. They've got good working relationships, but we've just never been able to agree that these options are actually doable. The final option deals a little more specifically with another orientation of the service out to, out to Industrial Drive. Again, what this would do is provide maybe a different orientation of a sanitary service, but it still doesn't resolve the other issues that are at play when it comes to the access easements that are required, et cetera. So we seem to have this kind of fundamental gap between dealing with servicing through easements. We heard in earlier agenda items that these servicing easements are not unique to Grimsby. They do exist. Are they preferred? I understand the concern is that when everybody's gone, you're going to have 2 private owners dealing with maintenance and repairs. And my answer to that is simple, that in these easements, municipalities are indemnified, and property owners work with this scenario routinely throughout the province, and that it's really not a burden that the municipality would need to bear, and one that property owners, particularly commercial industrial property owners that are a little bit more versed in the intricacies of property development and management, things like this are not viewed as an encumbrance to the properties. They're things that they can manage and deal with. So it's with that I ask that we look forward to a way where we can advance this severance. I understand that the municipality has 4 typical conditions of approval. What I would do in this instance is suggest a 5th condition where the draft transfers for these easements could be reviewed to the town's satisfaction. And it's with that I ask for the committee's support in the proposed severance, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, I'm going to open it up to, I guess there's nobody in from the public here, so I'm going to start with the committee, or I would start with the committee anyways, but let's start with the committee. And then we can maybe have Bernie speak to some of the issues raised if he has any comments or further questions. Danielle?
Thank you. Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Matt, you brought up I guess the term stratified easements. That's not something that I've ever come across. In my experience, stratified plans are always done through condominiums. Stratification is generally done through the layering of ownerships. Ownership is always interpreted from a legal aspect, from infinity of the air to the center of the core of the earth, in terms of property ownership. So when you're thinking of a stratification, you're looking at a 3D view of a property. You're looking at vertical extent, and limiting that when you're looking at underground services. So if you're looking at stratification and ownership of services, should you not be going through a plan of condominium for this, and registering through the Condominium Act and doing a proper R plan and having the proper surveys and going that way, and not going through easements and all this and having it properly registered on title and that way? I don't think that us as a committee have those powers to do, to grant easements below grade when we don't have the power to create ownership or grant ownership or rights below grade. Pardon me, Walter, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not something I don't think we've ever encountered as a committee from Grimsby. And in my profession, I've never encountered a stratified easement, in my experience.
If I just may add to that, it's not just a stratified easement, it's also stratified ownership.
Yeah, exactly.
Goes underground and reappears at the corner of the service road.
So yeah, and so to create ownership, you need to create legal blocks and lots, which you're not creating here. You're creating easements, which is rights over parts. Right, this isn't
Thanks,
the
Danielle,
appropriate
for-
application process.
Go ahead, Matt.
Thanks, Danielle, for the questions. So I guess there's two parts to it. Could you do something similar like this through a condominium? And I would agree that the answer would be yes, but I can assure you that that it's not a prerequisite to creating the stratified ownership. You know, the notion of creating ownership through a reference plan, through a severance application is typical, and it's whether it's stratified or not. So I agree that it's unique. I agree that I can't point to one that has stratified ownership in Grimsby. So just because it's unique, though, doesn't mean it's not something that's contemplated by the Act. It certainly is within your powers as a committee to grant this. You know, the idea of condominium ownership adds a bit of an unnecessary layer of complexity to what is, again, I appreciate there's a lot of moving parts. However, the idea of easements for servicing is very normal. I'm not, again, our friends in engineering, I don't understand why we can't get on the same page because it's so normal. Every municipality accommodates this type of a servicing easement. Stratified ownership, sure, it's a little bit unique, but it's certainly within your purview. It's a reference plan to create title like any other. So I hope that helps. Yeah, happy to answer further questions.
I would appreciate you pointing me then where we have the powers to do this, because I don't honestly think that we do.
You can create easements via layers, like
absolutely agree, but we don't have the power to create lots and blocks for ownership below grade.
Sure you do. You can create an easement like the power tunnel in Niagara Falls. There's an underground easement that goes under various properties that hydro registered easements. It started below, I don't know, 75 meters or whatever the depth of the tunnel is. So you can create stratified easements. Metrolinx does it with subways. There's all kinds of examples of
Metrolinx doesn't.
Yes,
Metrolinx is a public authority that does not have to adhere to municipal regulations.
It doesn't matter. You're still creating an easement
ownership, Danielle, is so common.
Yeah,
It's very
You
common.
asked the question whether or not we as a committee could create it or have the authority. Yes, we do. We're creating easements or registered plans on properties that can be in 3D. So I guess in my experiences, I don't have an objection to this. I see this in my appraisal experience in 30 years where we value easements that cross properties, whether it's public or private. It can be done. The concern, I think, is raised by and then we'll hear from Bernie what the concerns are. He mentioned the one thing I read in the report is there's a concern about timing, or if there's an emergency that somehow notice has to be given. I've never read an easement that's registered on title that says somebody has to give notice to maintain or alter or repair something that requires attention. I mean, the reason why someone gives up an easement or sells an easement to a municipality or to another owner, it can be between two private owners, is you pay them for the right to keep that space open so they can't build on it. They can't put a structure on it. They can park on it usually or landscape it, but recognizing that it can be demolished at any time if you do need to get at it. I mean, that's why you usually give it up for a price. In this case, though, there's two willing owners, related owners, and so they're willing to cooperate. And so if they get sold to another party, that party acquires the land knowing that there's an easement in place. And because we have existing sewers and water and hydro underground, you're just recognizing the location of those through these easement documents. So from my experience and my 30 years of doing appraisal, I don't see a problem with this, but I'll defer to the town staff to maybe comment why they have a concern with it. So. Herb, you had a question?
Yes, Mr. Chair. My question is, let me get it worded properly. Which municipalities or areas have you done these stratified easements? And if we could get some sort of information from them as to what they were looking at when the easements were granted, and whether it was the Committee of Adjustment that approved these easements in these different municipalities. And also, what I'll let you answer that one first, okay?
Sure, thank you. The answer is really virtually all of them. I could say Burlington, Hamilton, Brantford, and go on and on in terms of who deals with easements for servicing. It's not it's commonplace. In terms of each given scenario, I see the hesitancy, but like I said, the easements for servicing are commonplace. The stratified ownership, sometimes it happens in the air, sometimes it happens below grade. Does it happen every day? Perhaps not, but it's embedded in the fabric of land development that things play out in this fashion. So, the concern raised about emergency access, it's registered on title that the areas identified may be disrupted for any required maintenance. The benefit that sometimes complicates a matter like that is that sometimes you may have to shut off somebody else's service in order to do it. That's a scenario that we don't have to face here because each of the lateral connections are indeed separate. So, the disruption of such an emergency is mitigated by that fact that we've got separate laterals for each service. Sorry, I went a little bit beyond your question. I appreciate, so I'll stop talking.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Basically, what I'm looking for is to help all the members of the committee, which municipalities has Mr. Johnston had dealings with stratified easements and ownerships.
Matt?
But again, I've had my most recent examples are here in Hamilton, where I practice out of, where we have stratified ownership. This ownership in my most recent example was shared not shared ownership, sorry, but where the private landowner owned land under the right of way. So rather than a traditional road widening dedication, we dedicated 3 meters of land from the surface to 3 meters below grade. And then our underground parking structure was back out at the limit of the original right of way. Again, done through a deposited reference plan.
Matt, in this case, what's the reason for the stratified? Can you put the servicing map up again, Michaela? Like, there's a sign, there was a sign, there looks like a sign in the corner, and it wasn't really mentioned in the report. Is it to get, is one of the stratified easements to get to the sign for power or something? Is that one of them? Because if I look at this, the services of sanitary, water, hydro, and storm, they look like traditional two-dimensional R plans that could be, or easements that could be accommodated in traditional R plans, defined by, let's say, 3 meters center line over those services, just to recognize where they are on the ground. What's the reason for the stratified portion of it? Maybe I'm missing it in the report. That's number one. And number two is, given that they're recognizing existing services in the ground, you're not affecting you're not going under existing buildings of a neighbor or anything like that. And the fact that they're probably relatively modern facilities. So I'm going to say in the last 30 or so years. So I'm assuming they're relatively modern. In fact, the sanitary looks like it was redone, because you said it was removed and moved around a building. So in today's technology, they're not going to be tearing up a parking lot or a landscaper or whatever they take. It's going to be a video camera or something going through to repair and maintain it. And like you say, they're not connected to each other. So you wouldn't have to block off somebody else's while you're repairing it. So you wouldn't really effectively not be interfering with their operation. So why can they not be just traditional two-dimensional reference plans recognizing these 3 or 4 services that we saw? Maybe I'm thinking of the other map with the colored lines on it, like option 1, right? So recognizing where these, I think that's the existing. So I think it's the next one, option 1 maybe. So recognizing where these ones would go across property. Why the two-dimensional request?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The 3-dimensional stratified component is really dealing with the below grade ownership. And sorry, I'll suggest, Michaela, if we go back to the colored reference plan, slide 6. Again, we've got the cross sections showing on the right, but the main image in the middle, you can see part 7 pops up from underground. That scenario, again, is not really discussed in any significant detail in the staff report, but what it does do is recognize the MTO sign permit requirement for no third-party advertising. So we have a LIUNA sign in the location of that triangle at the northwest corner. Received the MTO sign permit. A requirement is that there's no third-party advertising. As soon as a severance in the traditional sense happens, that sign would then become third-party advertising. So that's what's happening up with the sign. That's the stratified component. The balance of the easements would be very traditional, as you've alluded to. So, it's access to maintain a service below the part identified on the reference plan. So the easements in this case are not really stratified. It's strictly that ownership leading up to the sign at the north end.
So that's the only reason to connect that ownership for a sign. So the rest are really traditional two-dimensional servicing easements that would cross another property.
Exactly, sir.
So setting aside the sign issue, if we granted these easements for cross property easements, would the properties comply in every other zoning requirement, parking, driveway access, landscaping, coverage on their own? Or would they need other variances to create the severances? Forget the sign for now, just put that one aside. So if these two buildings were created like this, two properties, would they meet the other requirements of the zoning bylaw, or would this kind of lead into more variances?
No, that's correct. We comply with minimum lot area, minimum lot frontage. We've gone through site plan approval. There's no more site works to be undertaken. So it's really just to recognize these easement locations and the severance line.
So is there another way around the sign permit issue with MTO? Like, could it not be a 20-year license like cell towers do on these properties to create it? Or is that still something that MTO, like it's already existing? So is there a non-conforming aspect? Would they have a comment on this severance, or would they comment on this if it was created in a typical fashion, like a two-dimensional fashion? I mean, I can't ask you to speak for MTO, but I'm just kind of surmising here what the issue would become if the sign already exists.
Besides the concern identified for servicing, I haven't heard any concerns with the sign or the stratified components. It's really, what I have to go on right now, sir, is the comments in the staff report that identify a servicing concern. So I haven't been told of any fundamental concerns or problems with the stratified component. So I appreciate the question. Is there another way to deal with that? Perhaps, as you've suggested, what's preferred would be the ownership, and we would be in and out and done. It would be over and resolved. Some of the options you suggested would require some more thoughts, some more work, some reoccurring work over the life of any maintenance agreements that would be put in place. But like I said, right now, all I really understand is that there's a concern with servicing easements, again, which I'm struggling with, given that we know they exist in the town of Grimsby. We know they're routinely accommodated elsewhere.
Okay, thank you, Herb. Or actually, I'll start. Herb had a question. I think Herb had a question first.
Yes, Mr. Chair. If the only issue is the sign and the property that's the sign is going to be on is going to be owned by Leuna, what is I'm missing something. What is the issue from the Ministry of Transportation?
Thank you. So the ownership as proposed with the stratified plan, Leuna ownership below grade and popping up in the sign location, that would resolve any issue with MTO. So again, we have a permit issued for the sign. It's embedded in that permit that there be no third-party advertising. And if we propose the severance without the stratified component, the sign then becomes third-party advertising. So we would be.
That's the only real stratified easement that would be required. Other than that, the other ones don't require three-dimensional easements or stratified easements.
Correct.
So my understanding is then, correct me if I'm wrong, the only reason this is being a stratified easement is because Leuna has to get power to the sign?
They have to get ownership to the sign, I believe.
Well, if they own the property, that small corner, And you have indicated that a sign permit is issued or can be issued for a sign on that corner property from the ministry, then what portion of it is stratified? Stratified usually means above and below or so on. So what portion of this is below the grade? Just the servicing, the electrical?
Right. So if it's the land ownership that's contiguous from the southerly lands below grade to come up again. So it's that contiguous ownership that satisfies the or really avoids the third-party advertising discussion.
It's like an umbilical cord, Herb, of ownership out to that sign, not the power, but the fact that they would own it. And even though they own it now, the entire block, if they sever it, and even though they're related parties, technically it's not owned by LaUna, who owns the sign. So, and it could be sold to a third-party investor. So you break that ownership without the stratified. Does that kind of clarify it, Matt? Is that your understanding?
That's a fair assessment, sir. Thank you.
Maybe, but
okay, could this not be achieved by a strip of land from that far corner back to LaUna being severed off, and the LaUna having that ownership, and the facility to the north having rights of way across that piece of property? That would eliminate your stratification, would it not?
Are there other ways to create this? I suppose we could take ownership of a sliver in the traditional sense at grade, but again, I haven't heard of any problems with the stratification other than these good questions that you're asking. Again, it comes back to staff telling us they don't want any servicing easements. I haven't heard they don't want a stratified plan. It's a tool that's available to us. So, if we had that ownership, we still need servicing easements. We still need access easements, because that, we would have a sliver running north towards the sign that still needs to be traversed by the owners of the northerly half. So we don't avoid the easements. We don't avoid the servicing easement. So it's another way to dice it, but it doesn't resolve all of the issues at play here.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to
sorry, go ahead, Walter.
I'd just like to confirm with Mr. Johnson through you that we don't have any concerns with the stratification component of the ownership of the severance. Again, the issue again, like Matt has indicated, is with regard to the servicing configuration and the easements associated with the servicing, namely the sanitary sewer servicing the larger building through the southerly lot out onto Industrial Drive. So that's really the nut of Public Works comments. I don't know if Bernie might want to add to that, but that's really the issue that we have as staff. We don't necessarily have any issues with the stratification component of it.
But Walter, was your concern because it went through the southerly building? Because he shows it going around it now, or is it that's not the issue?
No, that's no, that was the previous, when it was all one lot. When Westbrook owned it, the plumbing permit permitted the sanitary sewer lateral to go underneath the new building that they built on the south side.
Right.
So that was through a plumbing permit. But again, that sewer was relocated and is currently now running through the front yard parking lot of the southerly lot. Right. So what Matt is proposing to do is to what is now currently one lot divided into two lots, with, instead of moving the sanitary sewer again so that it's on a public road, so that it has its own individual service off of a public sewer, they're proposing to maintain the sewer on the other property by way of an easement. And that's not consistent with the standard policy that Public Works has, meaning that all services have to be directly from the building to a public road from the building. So individual laterals have to be out onto the road.
Yeah, but he's
without using an easement.
Right. Okay. But I guess there's exceptions for everything, and that's why they're here. If
Right.
it doesn't work for gravity, I mean, you can't force it to go out to Hunter down and around. And in fact, at Mountain View Christian Reformed Church has an easement going across it, servicing all those houses on whatever that street is behind it. I mean, that easement was granted across private property going out to Main Street. It's not ideal, but it does happen by exception. I mean, and like I said, the buyer or the person whose land is encumbered knows that there's a risk that at any time they could tear up his parking lot, but that's why you get paid for it, or you buy a property knowing that risk, right?
Right. And the technical issue about gravity and whatnot, that's not really for us to argue about today, but Bernie will be able to provide us with some more as to why the policy is in place and why it's not a good idea to do it.
Right. So maybe Bernie can speak to that now that we kind of dragged him into this.
No problems. Through you, Chair. From day one, and Walter summed it up, our practice has always been to ensure that individual lots created can have or has its own ability to service and maintain the subject land. That's always been for every municipality. Easements are generally, while it can be written to such degree, Chair, it doesn't provide nor guarantee full access to the subject land. These are many discussions that I've had from our previous council, as a legal counsel, as well as our current council as well too. Cases that issues, conflicts and so forth is something that the municipality will look at and staff will have to look at. And actually we've been dealing with conflicts such as this on other easements that's been provided. In this case, I think, Matt, from day one, we've asked the same question during the site plan process, was that, is there going to be a potential severance for the subject land at the time of the site plan application? And the answer was no. The reason we asked, and we were very clear from day one, is that if there's a potential, then let's do this right. Let's do it right. Let's look at the options of pushing it away and putting it and constructing it in the town land. Similar to what you've done in there, it's a force main. The amendment to the construction of the sanitary there is still a force main. It goes to gravity on Hunter in there, but ultimately it could have been done right from day one, and it would have prevented all this in here. The other option, the option 3 that you made reference in there, that enables basically a parcel of land to be severed, because we're severing it now anyway, so it gives you an opening on Hunter Road through that Hunter Road, Industrial Drive, to have a sliver of parcel of land that you can have and own from for the larger lot to the north. So ultimately, I've consulted with our legal counsel, and then I wrote my comment in there, as you see right now from the staff, because it does not really provide you full access to that without consultation with the subject owner. Even though when you write it, there's a lot of colorful things in the easement. It's beautiful actually, until when you need it. And when you need it and you can't get in there, then that's where the problem arises. Easement should not be the tool to be used for maintenance, right? You're right, it's an encumbrance over the subject land to some degree, right? If there's no possibility. In this case, there is, but you chose a different path. So that's,
Mr. Chair, if I could respond to
go ahead, Matt.
Some of that. Thanks, Bernie.
And I've got 3 on the top here.
Just a couple of key points, in terms of the sequence of how this played out, and what's preferred. It was really the one property per service conversation that initiated the conversation for severance, after we were already sort of down a road on a servicing strategy. I suppose the option 3 allows for another configuration of a severance line that allows, that's, again, I have it on my screen here, but it was in the slide and referenced. The sanitary runs directly to the east property line and then down to Industrial Drive. That would require, tearing up a perfectly good service that was just installed to reroute it around another way. And again, we appreciate it. It's not the first option, but it's such it continues to be a reliable tool that property owners across the province rely on, is easements. So I think that there's there's an appreciation of that risk, but is a risk that's so great that we have to tear up a perfectly good service to reroute things. I suggest that it isn't. I suggest that owners routinely deal with this in a way that they happily get along. It's a change in course from the conversation that was first had, but does that mean that we have to really deviate so far from what was previously approved? I think you have I guess what if you don't mind, Michaela, if we could put slide number 10 on the screen that shows what is probably the most viable of the 3 options that were put forward. What this doesn't necessarily resolve, though, is the other stormwater easements that would be required. It doesn't resolve the fact that we have shared drive accesses where, in the event we needed to access the suggested servicing path in yellow, we'd be disrupting the circulation patterns of the site that would upset the owner of the southerly lands in any event. So while we've kind of skirted and saved ourselves an easement for the sanitary service, we still have we still need the same easement for access. So any disruption is a disruption between the 2 neighboring property owners because the sites are still interconnected. So, like I said, it partially addresses one issue, but it still leaves the same result when it's time to access that service in the long run.
Okay, Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if it's formality at this point, if we need to pass a motion to go past 11.
Yep, I just noticed that, and I failed, but I thought we were halfway through an application, so I didn't want to disrupt it or a presentation. So I'm willing to continue on to wrap this up. I don't think we've got too much more if everybody else is okay, but maybe we should do a formal motion and seconder. Adam, since you brought it up, motion moved, seconder, Herb? Or is that, were you making the motion, Herb?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, sorry. And Danielle, you had your hand up for the seconder? Sure. Any further discussion to continue this to, no? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, if any, it's carried. So got that formality out of the way. And then I had, who did I have on? Adam.
Yeah, sorry. I had the same concerns as Danielle had about the legality of these, I guess, stratified easements. And I actually just did a little quick research, and I don't know what the OP says about it, but there's a case in Ottawa the LPAT looked at, and it basically said, it was the Committee of Adjustment there refused, I guess, the stratified easement. And the finding was the tribunal finds that based on the submissions of council, there was some persuasion from case law that section 53.1 allows for the consideration of vertical stratified easements by this tribunal. Having reviewed the city's OP, the tribunal also finds that the city's Committee of Adjustment has jurisdiction to determine these vertical stratified easement consents. So I don't know if that helps or hurts.
You found the exact same case law that I was going to bring up with mine, so I'll put my hand down now. I apologize, Matt. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And Dylan.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I must admit, I'm, you know, this is a tough one for me because, you know, I'm hearing sort of, you know, as a committee member, you know, I must admit, with planning not being my background, you know, I'm looking at a staff report, et cetera, and now I'm being sort of introduced to new sort of stratified plans, whether or not we can do it, you know, questioning as well, you know, are we out of step with what other municipalities are doing? Is our official plan out of date compared to what should be done? So I must admit, I'm very much of two minds here. I mean, Mr. Johnston makes some, you know, very good points. But again, I must admit, I'm very much struggling with this as to what can and what can't be done, who owns what. It's I just find this one challenging. So.
That's fair. That's a fair comment. It's not easy. It's not common. And that's why I think I wouldn't say it would be a regular course of action, but I think given the circumstances, the unique circumstances, the two related parties and their commercial properties, I think, and I see it all the time in my field, and I'm going to say that it's not uncommon for there to be cross-servicing easements across properties. But I think some of the conflicts, in my opinion, my experience, maybe Bernie can verify, would be residential related, where you get two owners and they're not used to or aware that there was a servicing easement under the property. All of a sudden, the neighbor's ripping up their property or has a right to rip it up. And that's probably where the conflicts come about. But when you're dealing with an improved commercial industrial property with a paved surface parking lot with sophisticated owners, in most cases, when you're dealing with large multi-million properties like this, they're aware of what's going on and they're kind of at a different, I guess, professional level and know what has to be done or can be done. So I'm not as concerned about that, that you're going to put an owner offside or unaware, an unsuspecting owner, I guess. Right. So I'm not as concerned in this case because of the sophistication of the owners involved, even if it was sold to another party. And again, it's modern construction, not dealing with an 1800s wood constructed storm sewer like you see, or a sanitary sewer like you see in downtown Hamilton, where you'd probably have to rip the whole thing up to get at it. This is probably a PVC pipe that would probably be done from with directional boring or video. So I don't see it being an interruption. So that's just my personal experience and opinion. So I don't have a problem with the application. So I would like to, if there's no further comments or question, maybe we can make a call either way. But I would be in favor of it as presented this evening to approve it. Herb, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to propose that the application be granted. It is desirable for the development of this property. So my motion is to grant the application in full.
Thank you. A seconder? Seconder. Waiting. Adam?
Sorry.
Any further questions or comments before?
No, I was actually just going to second to get it on the floor.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Second, any further questions or comments? No. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, if any? Was carried. So it was approved. There is a 20-day appeal period before it becomes final and binding. The conditions are attached in the motion that was circulated, and that's as follows. The applicant provide the Secretary Treasurer with deeds and triplicate for conveyance of the subject parcel, for issuance of certificate of consent. The final certificate payable to the town be submitted. All conditions of consent be fulfilled with 1 year from the date of the notice of decision, and subsection 3 or 5 of 50 of the Planning Act shall apply to any subsequent conveyance or transaction involving the severed land. All right, that's it. We made it.
You guys had a long night. If you're home, great. If not, get home safe.
Thank you, everybody. Sorry it had to go on this long, but I think we kind of suspected it would be this long. And I apologize for not catching the 11 o'clock sooner, Adam. Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
No worries.
All right.
Thank you.
Good night,
Thanks, Matt.
everybody.
See ya.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Good night, Bernie.
Good night.